We're gonna keep it rolling. We're just gonna do. We'll be out of here by, we'll be about 8:15. We're all headed home.
Nobody wanted to push it back to the next meeting?
They've been pushing. Yeah. Yeah. We'll get it done. Start it up, Mr. Jeff. Hit your button. Good deal.
I got quiet without me having to hit the thing. At this time, we will call the February 26th, 2026 Walton County Zoning Board of Adjustments meeting to order. If you would, please stand as we have our invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to live in this great nation, in this great county. Please guide us and watch over us here tonight as we try to do what's best for our citizens and our county. Amen. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the board members who are here tonight. We have a new board member, Mr. Wells. Welcome. Joe is no longer with us. And since we have a new board member, I do want to read something that I think is important for us to talk about before we have this meeting tonight. And it is the role of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, which is a quasi-judicial board. And a quasi-judicial board in Florida is a local government body. Planning boards, zoning boards are authorized to act like a court, making impartial, fact-based decisions on specific land use or administrative matters such as rezoning, variances, or site plans, rather than creating general policy. Key aspects of a quasi-judicial board are that we must have competent, substantial evidence, and decisions are based on testimony, evidence, and expert reports presented at the hearing and not on public opinion or popularity. These are trial-like procedures, which include swearing in of the witnesses, allowing cross-examination, and enabling the right to call witnesses. Members must act as neutral judges and often avoid ex parte communication, which is our Florida Sunshine Law. And decisions are not appealed to a higher court, but directly to the circuit court via petition for writ of certiorari. Thank you. Right? So zoning adjustment boards are essential for applying existing broad regulations to specific individual cases. And I do feel like the role of this board is primarily to help people that have found themselves in a very troubling predicament and have felt that sometimes it gets very political in here, and I don't see our role as being political, but one of very neutral and factual decision making. It's not always easy, but I think politics can get in the way of helping people sometimes, and so I do think it's important to come into these hearings with an open mind. So, with all that said, our former chairperson, Joe Johnson, is no longer with us, and so before we can move forward, we need to have an election of a new chairman. Is that right?
I'll make a motion that Jeff be our new chairman on your speech.
I accept.
Go ahead and
Do we
vote.
need to have a vote?
Yeah.
So, I guess all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Congratulations.
That was easy.
Make a motion that we nominate Charlie for the co-chair.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That was easy too. All right.
Hot start.
So I gotta open up the largest agenda that I have ever seen in my,
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do announcements. The only announcement that I'll give at this point is, you may recall the Curry variance that was heard by this board approximately a month ago. That order has been signed. There was a filing for a writ of certiorari with the circuit court, as you outlined earlier. I think it was filed prematurely because the order had not been signed at that point. So that is pending. The way that looks is the court reviews the writ and will issue what's called an order to show cause. It's only when that order to show cause is issued that we're on the clock at that point to respond. So we'll be monitoring that. In the event the court denies the writ, which is very, very unlikely, they usually will allow, require a response so the matter can be heard. We'll deal with that. But at this point, it's in a holding pattern. But that is a potential appeal for this board. That was there were two variances that were granted by the board, one dealing with a circular driveway and the width of the driveway. And the other part was a shed that was in the corner of the property. So you may remember the neighbor. It was the neighbor who filed the appeal. So as I said, it's pending. As I said, it was also filed prematurely before the final order was issued. So that'll need to be that should be put in with that writ, and then the court will issue cause. We've done many of these before. We're keyed up and ready to go when it's time. That's the only legal announcement that we had for the board.
fantastic. At this time, we will have the swearing in of the witnesses. Any person who is here tonight who wishes to speak, please stand and raise your right hand and swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you all.
I guess I'll let you do that one next time. All right. So the first item on the agenda tonight is the Whitley variance. Who is here to present that?
Good evening, gentlemen and lady. My name is Jordan Palmer with Palmer Construction Management, here on behalf of the subject property owner and my client, Charles Whitley. It's been a while since I came before the board. I usually do what I can to avoid having to come here, but it's my opinion that this variance is the most logical approach to the issue at hand. I'm requesting a variance to allow a 3,850 square foot accessory structure within flood zone AE. The property, subject property consists of two combined lots totaling approximately 4.5 acres. This request is driven by a unique site constraint and not an attempt to increase density or intensity. The Land Development Code limits accessory structures in the flood zone AE to 600 square feet. Approximately 1.8 acres of this property is in flood zone X, which would normally allow for more flexibility. However, the entire flood zone X area is encumbered by a recorded Army Corps of Engineer easement prohibiting construction. As a result, all usable buildable area for an accessory structure is confined to flood zone AE. This is a unique condition to the property. It was not created by the applicant, and it creates a physical constraint preventing otherwise code compliant development. Again, this is not a request to increase density or intensity. I would note that the zoning district that this property is located in allows for a 50% floor area ratio. If the flood zone X land were buildable, the property could accommodate almost 39,000 square foot of accessory structure. And we are requesting a 3,850 square foot structure, which is roughly 10% of what otherwise would be allowed. I believe this request represents the minimum relief necessary. We are not asking to maximize the site. We are only requesting what is necessary to allow for reasonable use of a 4.5 acre property. We've designed the structure to have a side setback of 15 feet, which is twice the required setback, and the front setback is 45 feet from the street, which is 20 feet more than required. Also, this structure is set back from the easement, the Army Corps easement. We explored 2 alternatives that were evaluated before coming here. Both of those alternatives still remain available if the variance is not granted. The first option was to combine the existing principal dwelling and accessory dwelling into a single structure, allowing us to install a new accessory dwelling. That would require us to incorporate living or habitable space within this pole barn, which is not really the intent of the use, but it is an option to get there without being here. Additionally, we could split the lots and add habitable space to this pole barn as well and allow it to function as the primary structure of the second parcel. Both options would lead to LDC compliance without the need for a variance, but in doing that, we're going to increase the regulatory complexity and introduce a new dwelling that is not really desired for this project. It's also less consistent with the intent of the LDC to incorporate the habitable space into the pole barn. I do believe that this request is consistent with the intent of the code. Approval of this request does not increase density, does not increase intensity, it does not alter the zoning classification, and it does not change the neighborhood character. The structure would remain accessory in nature, and the 4.5 acre parcel is far larger than the typical infill lots or the neighboring properties in this neighborhood. The request is consistent with the spirit of the floor area ratio limitations and the intent of the zoning district. I think in closing, I think this variance is driven solely by the extraordinary site constraint. The Army Corps easement removes all otherwise compliant buildable land from outside the flood zone AE. The requested structure is modest and relative to what the code would otherwise permit. And this variance represents the minimum relief necessary to allow reasonable use of the property. I'm committed to a solution that all parties can agree on, and happy to answer any questions you may have about this specific variance request.
Anybody have questions?
When I went through this, one of the questions that I had was, are the lots currently combined?
Yes, sir. We have gone through the process of combining the lots because the neighboring lot was purchased secondary to the primary lot, and we have formally combined those lots.
And there is a non-conversion agreement?
I
think there was something in when I was reading through this. I guess it's one of those things that you can't convert it to something else once you built it. Is that
well, there's nothing. We have not built this on this second parcel. The first parcel has a residence. That's actually how I got involved in this property. It was struck by lightning and burned down. We're rebuilding the residence. It also has an accessory dwelling adjacent to the residence.
Yeah, they're reducing density by combining the lots together, but normally that non-conversion agreement would be that they can't come back and make it a habitable living structure because they already have their main structure and their accessory dwelling unit.
And I get that. So what you're saying is they can't convert it either without they don't have to do a non-conversion to make this happen, or if we approve this. Or they're not going to make it a habitable structure in the future.
Well, they couldn't because they've already used the main structure and the accessory dwelling unit, so there would not be any other.
I'm new at this. I'm trying to get my feet under it.
The alternative, in order to make this a habitable structure, one of two things will have to occur. First, we can combine the accessory dwelling that exists with connectivity to the new residence, or the lots can be resplit and the structure can be permitted as the primary structure for the second lot.
Well, I've got a question for Stephen, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
even if they were to keep this as two separate lots, could they build the garage without a habitable apartment on the property?
No, they would, they could make the habitable or a living space, they could make a quarters, a dwelling as a component of the barn structure, but just having it by itself, that's accessory, and they would not be able to have that alone by itself. They'd
Not
have to,
without
they would have
combining.
to include a dwelling apartment or something as part of it.
Okay, so even though the garage portion of it exceeds 600 square feet, if some small portion of that was an apartment, they would still be allowed to build the 3,600 square feet of garage?
Yeah, the code doesn't distinguish between how much house and how much garage there is. It's just there's a minimum dwelling requirement, and if they call that their primary dwelling, despite it being a small percentage of the overall structure, we would still consider that, something that we could approve.
That 600 square foot limit is only to accessory structures.
Within that
AE
AE
zone.
right? That's correct.
Doesn't apply to the accessory dwelling structure,
Right.
only applies to the accessory structure
Right, well, the accessory dwelling would be 800 square foot.
of
maximum.
habitable space.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so everybody is familiar with the easement for the intercoastal waterway, and so I imagine the flood zone X portion is where the spoils have been dredged out, and so that's several feet higher than the rest of those lots?
Intending to be, that activity is not commenced, but it is soon to commence. Yes, sir, and the entirety of the flood zone X is in the easement. And the new residence that we're building is in the exact same AE 8 flood zone that we're looking at for this.
And the finished floor of the garage will be at 9?
No, sir. The enclosed portion of this pole barn has storm vents to allow it to be below, and if it became habitable, if I incorporate habitable space, that portion would be raised to the 9-foot elevation, which is the same as the residence next door.
Got it. That area does flood. And there's always water in the road back there, it seems like, anytime I've circled back. So I do think that special considerations should be taken to make sure that
To minimize the flood risk. And I think we would, explore that with the import of fill and stormwater requirements that would entail. But as far as, it's functioning as a recreational boat and vehicle storage facility. So while it's not ideal to flood, it's not in the same condition as a residential structure.
All right, I guess, does anybody else have any questions for him? I'd like to know if anybody is here in the audience that wanted to speak for or against this project. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name's Don Joder, Joder. My spouse and I, Deb Joder, own the undeveloped parcel designated Lot 10, Block 1, Eden Estates on Eve Circle. Lies directly to the east of to the west of the parcel we're talking about today. We'd like to request that the board disapprove this variance application for 4 main reasons. The code seems to, as I understand it, the code requires that a variance address a unique hardship that is not self-created, that it proposes the minimum land use exception needed to address the hardship, that it will not adversely affect neighboring properties, and finally, is compatible with the standards of the surrounding community. We feel that this application fulfills none of these requirements. First, the applicant states the property contains about 1.8 acres of flood zone X land that is encumbered by a restrictive Army Corps of Engineers easement thereby creating a hardship. However, this easement predates the applicant's ownership and was fully recorded at the time of purchase. A pre-existing federal easement is not a unique hardship under the LDC. It is simply a known limitation of the property. The code prohibits granting variances to relieve owners of conditions that existed at acquisition. Secondly, the applicant has not demonstrated that a 3,850 square foot structure is the minimum necessary. The existing accessory structure on the property, erected last year on the core easement, is approximately 2,400 square feet. The proposed new structure is 60% larger, and no rationale has been provided to explain why a smaller code compliance structure would meet the applicant's needs. Third, the applicant's floor area ratio argument is not relevant to the variance criteria. The LDC limits accessory structures in flow zone AE to 600 square feet, regardless of theoretical FAR capacity anywhere else on the property. The FAR does not establish hardship, nor does it overrun flood zone limits. Fourth, the proposed structure raises concerns about draining onto neighboring properties. Our lot, like the others on this side of Eve's Circle, contains a natural low spot near the center of the buildable area. This spot is prone to flooding. In fact, in mid-August of last year, the applicant himself photographed a pond in the middle of our property. It's currently dry because we've been having a drought, but possible flooding is a concern. Adding a 3,850 square foot structure right next to this low area on our property could alter drainage patterns and potentially increase runoff into ours and other adjacent properties. The LDC requires that development not adversely affect adjacent parcels. Finally, the proposed structure is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood design. Eve's Circle is steadily developing into a neighborhood of custom homes with high quality architecture and finish. A 3,850 square foot pole barn is industrial in scale and appearance and would materially diminish the value and enjoyment of nearby properties, including ours. The proposed structure also conflicts with the restrictive covenants recorded for Eden Estates, which state that no building other than single unit residential shall be constructed on any lot. While we understand that this board does not enforce covenants, these covenants do establish the standards expected of buildings in our neighborhood. In summary, the applicant has not demonstrated a unique hardship, has not shown that the request is the minimum necessary, has not shown that the proposed structure would avoid adverse impacts, and has not shown that it is compatible with the neighborhood's appearance standards. It also conflicts with the restrictive covenants. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the board deny the proposed variance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I had a quick question for you. Do you know if those covenants are enforceable? Have they expired?
I have a copy, and it actually says that they were established in 1986, and they were to be renewed every 10 years thereafter, and would stay in force unless the community gets together and the majority votes to rescind those covenants. To the best of my knowledge, they're still in force. I learned about them when we did a title search on our property last year, and the person turned this up and showed it to us.
Should we take a look at that? I mean, would that be something that,
Those are going to be private covenants for the property owners within the HOA, so enforcement would lie either with there's a board or between the individual lot owners. So I think the criteria you have is outlined in the land development code that you need to follow.
Okay.
2005, 6, something like that. Ruled that they were not enforceable.
they weren't enforceable?
The county won't enforce them.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Well, maybe let the county.
Yeah, I think we would want to hear from the county first, and then you'll have a chance to have the last word.
Good evening.
Hey.
I want to go ahead and read the introduction, enter the report into the record if you don't mind. This is the Whitley variance. It's a request to approve by final order. It's project number VAR 26-00002. This is a variance application submitted by Palmer Construction Management on behalf of Charles Whitley. They are requesting a variance from section 409.10.H1 for accessory structures that are limited to 600 square feet in special flood hazard areas. They are requesting to allow for a 3,840 square foot pole barn on 4.5 acres. It has a future land use of residential and a zoning category of residential preservation. Property is located in District 4 at 204 Eves Circle and identified by the parcel number in your staff report. If you would please enter that staff report into the record. And also, Mr. Joder did provide those comments in your packet. If you would please enter those as well.
Was that in the additional stuff that we received or in?
It's on the back.
Okay. So entered.
Now, just to recap, they are requesting the variance from that section for accessory structures, which are, as quoted in the Land Development Code, permitted below the base flood elevation, provided the accessory structures are used only for parking or storage, and if located in the special flood hazard area, which they are, other than coastal high hazard areas, are 1 story and not larger than 600 square feet. Now, lot 11 and 12, Eden Estates, they are located in 2 flood zones, Flood Zone X, and the Special Flood Hazard Area AE8. The portion of the property located within Flood Zone X is entirely encumbered by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers easement along the Intercoastal Canal, as depicted on the plat that you have. And as a result, the only buildable area on the subject property is within the Special Flood Hazard Area. The variance requested is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the regulations of the Land Development Code for that land use in which the subject is located. That parcel is permitted to accommodate single-family residential and along with customary accessory structures. And you alluded to, and I do want to touch base on that, in 2025, when they permitted the house on lot 12, they did provide the lot combination affidavit, which is recorded with the deed, basically stating they are treating both of those lots as one lot until that structure is removed or they come into compliance. They cannot build another single-family residential home on that lot. So it would just strictly be accessory dwellings, or accessory structures, excuse me. So they have recorded that.
I have a question. May they split them
Absolutely.
back apart?
They can split them back apart as long as they remove any encroachments across the lots and they bring them up to code. And in other words, they can't have the accessory structure without a primary residence on that lot.
Okay.
So they could. They are requesting 1 deviation from the code. However, staff does not find it is the minimum variance that could be applied for that structure. And I did want to point out, we did have staff reviews on this, and the only outstanding item was from surveying. And they were requesting a boundary survey with the mean high water line and the benefit of title. So I did want to point that out, but they will still be required to get the building permit, in which case that would have to be a condition.
That survey that we were given doesn't include the mean high water line?
I think it's just missing the benefit of title, actually. Let me go back to it.
That was submitted today.
Okay, I saw he did submit a survey today, but it has not been reviewed by surveying.
Does anybody have any questions?
Can you go back for a second?
Sure.
Did you just say that it wasn't the minimum requested variance? Was that the finding?
Right. Well, and in your staff report, it's the minimum
that's what I
request.
meant.
They're only requesting 1 variance. However, it's not the minimum square footage that they could typically ask for, from 600 to 3,800.
Right, so the variance, so we're clear, is a variance from the 600-foot limit, correct? It's not because they can't build an accessory structure.
That is correct.
It's because they want to build one that's approximately 6 times what
6
the
times.
code allows.
I have a question. If they were to split the lots back apart and build a primary structure, could it be 5,000 square feet,
The primary residence is not limited in size.
so it could
just has-
be quite large.
Right, they would meet the flood elevation, but as the accessory structure below the flood elevation, they're limited to 600.
Okay.
Even if they built a house on
Right,
this lot.
they would only get 600 square feet of accessory.
You know the origin of that limitation?
I
Is it
believe, well, it's,
to encourage, neighborhood structure compatibility with the scale of a residential area?
well, you're also in a special flood hazard zone, so that you're
Minus
required
flood
to.
damage.
Right, right,
and Company.
right, because it is below the base flood elevation. Whereas the primary residence would not be.
Didn't the HOA say they could not have an accessory structure?
We
that-
have not received anything from the HOA, and,
Okay.
and like discussed previously, we do not enforce those covenants and restrictions.
Anybody else? Okay. Let's hear from the applicant one last time.
I would just like to clarify, as far as the HOA is concerned, for the permitting and approval of the residence next door, there was no review process required for the HOA or architectural review committee. There was no correspondence with the HOA whatsoever. But I wanted to respond to the neighbors' complaints, and I do appreciate them taking their time to share their concerns. But I'd like to respectfully clarify that the legal question before the board is whether the unique physical condition of the property creates unnecessary hardship under the LDC. In this case, the Army Corps of Engineer easement eliminates all buildable flood zone X land on a 4.5 acre parcel. That physical encumbrance confines any accessory structure to flood zone AE, no matter where we put it. Where the code imposes a 600 square foot cap, that is a hardship. This condition was not created by the applicant. It is a federally imposed easement that runs with the land and uniquely impacts this parcel. With respects to the drainage concerns, any development will still be subject to full engineering review and stormwater compliance. Approval of this variance does not waive those requirements, and runoff cannot legally be increased onto adjacent properties. Regarding neighborhood compatibility and private restrictive covenants, those are separate issues. Accessory structures are permitted use in this zoning district, and private covenants are civil matters outside the jurisdiction of this board. This request does not increase density, does not add dwelling units, and represents only a minimum proportional relief necessary to allow reasonable use of the property given the Army Corps constraint. For those reasons, request your approval. And I think I would note that simply purchasing a property with this constraint does not eliminate the hardship that exists by this constraint. And again, with the square footage that is being asked for here, while it is considerably more than the 600 square foot limitation that we're seeking a variance on, it is not grossly disproportionate to the available land, or it does not violate any other impervious area concerns that the LDC would address.
Fair enough. Anybody else from the audience want a chance to speak? Motion to close public discussion.
Motion to close public discussion.
Second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, discussion.
Gotta make a motion.
Oh. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
Is there a second? That's not good.
No.
You second it? Okay, discussion?
Yeah, I agree with the points from Mr. Joder, and the key here is that we're granting the applicant a special privilege if we approve it. I think we need to really think about that. It is a special privilege. The applicant knew when he bought this property that restriction is in place. It's not a hardship because everybody lives by it. So I think this needs to be disapproved.
We'll go this way and you'll get a chance. I think it's worth noting the scale of this accessory structure is 6 times what the allowable accessory structure is for this lot. And even if they were to build a habitable structure on the property, it would not grant them the ability to have a larger accessory structure. I feel like this is more of a commercial type building, a big pole barn like this. It ends up being totally out of character in a residential area. And so I think that the fact that adjacent neighbor is upset and concerned carries a tremendous amount of weight in these hearings compared to people that are not directly impacted by the board's decision. I think we should really listen to his concerns in making a decision. Charlie?
I think I think the property itself is being 4 acres is a large piece of property, and a 3,800 square foot building is not that large of a building, considering there's 4 acres there. A lot of people are going to want to have an accessory structure where they can park RVs or boats or whatever they have, and so I do see a hardship with it being limited the way it is. But then I do agree with the neighbor considerably too. Whereas he's worried about the stormwater. The county says that the stormwater would have to be part of the permitting process, so that would be somewhat mitigated at least. But it would definitely be a concern, and he is going to be probably outstanding in the community as far as it being a 3,800 square foot pole barn. I think that will be different from a lot of the other structures in the area. So I don't know. I think overwhelmingly, just the extra acreage there is what's doing it for me.
Okay. Margaret?
I agree with what you all said about it standing out in the neighborhood, and it's just not, I'm sorry. And it's not a hardship. I mean, they bought the property, they knew about the easement, or should have known, so, yeah, I think it should be denied.
The public discussion has been closed. Paul?
Y'all changed my mind, but really, I agree with the guy back there that said that it's out of hand, and when I hear about it 6 times greater than allowed, I thought if they build a house on there, what he was thinking earlier, he could build a structure if he wanted to, put his house, but I don't think that's the way it is, if I'm understanding.
I think you can build a house.
If he builds a house, I thought what he was saying was if he built a house, that he wouldn't even have to come in front of this board to build a 38 accessory structure.
Well, it would have to be fully attached. If it's attached to the house, then it's not considered an accessory structure.
If I was thinking he could build a 1-bedroom house in the top of his 3,800 square foot pole barn, and then have a 3,800 square foot pole barn with a little house sticking above it. It's like 1 bedroom, and then, hey, here's my house.
And you'd have to split the lot.
And he'd have to split the lots to do that, but he would have that, and then he's got the same 3,800 square foot thing with a 1-bedroom thing sticking up in the air. And I mean, he was trying to avoid that, and I think that this is going to be better than that, because I mean that was his alternative.
There would be other solutions that they could endeavor to make this happen, but getting a variance seems to be problematic.
When I first read this, I was a little flabbergasted, but one of the things I think that I know that we're not enforcing restrictive covenants, but there is a restrictive covenant. Buy into that, you have a certain understanding that there's a restrictive covenant. So not enforcing it, I'm siding with that covenant. I should have the opportunity to build something that I already know can't be
I don't know, this is a tough one. I understand the point on the restrictive covenant. I think my concern is I want to dissuade that from our decision making because I don't want to get into the question of whether or not they properly renewed each year, whether or not at some point they've been terminated in fact or ex facto. And I don't want the board to become the adjudicatory body of HOA disputes. So I want to set that aside. I did find concern, I guess, it looks like in some of the pictures there's an existing 24-ish hundred square foot structure there, and so now we're going up another 1,200 square feet or so, right? It would be adding. So I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, the existing structure's
Well,
in the
yeah, I get
easement.
that, but I mean, I'm just taking the numbers out of it. Yeah, this is a tough one. I think I thought one thing and I listened and I might think another, so I'll pass it.
Well, we have a motion to approve and a second, so all in favor?
And one other thing, just, this is mainly for Mr. Wells, but most of you may know, but so the public knows, it does take at least 4 affirmative votes to grant a variance. So, just a reminder.
So if we don't affirm the motion to approve, is it denied, or do we have to keep?
I would recommend, well, let's do this and then decide what happens next.
Great. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Nay.
So that's 5-2.
So, with that failing, I believe, I would, just for clarity and finality, I would suggest, one of you who were in the majority, if you want to make a motion to deny the variance.
I'll make a motion to deny the variance.
Second?
I'll second it.
And then if you want to open it up back for discussion, you can. I think most of you may have discussed it, but I would give that option to the board.
Right, last word, anyone? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, 5-2, variance denied. Sorry.
You got 30 days to appeal.
Right, you do have 30 days to appeal.
That's, yeah.
All right, next on the agenda, City Switch of Baker on behalf of Macedonia Baptist. Argyle Cell Tower Conditional Use.
Oh, wait, I guess we let the applicant go first.
Well, hey, are you presenting that one?
I will be presenting for Bob. I was
Okay.
thinking that, I forget that you guys like the applicant to go first.
Right.
Is the question.
Are you here to present the cell tower?
Argyle.
Argyle Cell Tower, come on up. State your name for the record.
My name is Patton Hahn. I'm an attorney with Baker Donaldson. I'm here tonight on behalf of City Switch. I've got Kevin Sasso, who's the Vice President for Special Projects for City Switch with me tonight. I've also got Tracy Baus, who's the Chief of Emergency Service for the Walton County Sheriff's Office here tonight. Just as a preview, this tower, which is the subject of this conditional use application and the next variance application on your agenda, and the 2 variances after that, which are also cell tower variances, are all part of the same project. This project is a public-private partnership between City Switch and the Walton County Sheriff's Office to build 14 new sites in Walton County to improve telecommunications infrastructure for public safety. And that is the real reason driving these variances that we'll get to. On this conditional use project and this item, you have the staff report, which was submitted to you. I believe that we meet all the criteria for conditional use application as set forth in the staff report. but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that. I would suggest that we maybe defer the larger project till we get to the variances, because we do want to talk about those.
Right, I get that. Yeah, so just to be clear, we are reviewing and approving the conditional use for the Argyle cell tower at Macedonia Church Road.
That's correct.
Do you have anything else you want to share with us?
No, I think the staff report really is clear about, on that issue.
Do we have somebody from the county that wants to speak?
Okay, we did submit a letter today about the variances. We'd also like to submit it as part of the record for the conditional use, because it does contain information that I think is relevant to the consideration of that.
Excellent. Can we enter that into the record?
Now, we'll introduce that as applicant's Exhibit A, the Baker Donaldson letter dated February 26, 2026.
One thing I did also want to say that part of our application contained what are called fall zone letters, which talk about how the tower will fall basically fall over on itself. I think that's a key part of the consideration, of the discussion we're going to have tonight on the variances, but also think it's relevant to the conditional use as well.
Okay, well, we have done several of these before, and so we're not unfamiliar with those issues of the way it collapses to avoid collateral damage. I do think it's interesting that this is being presented as an urgent need for the county and the sheriff's office. I think we've all maybe struggled with cell coverage lately, especially with AT&T. Everybody can empathize with the dropped calls and
I can tell you that Verizon service at the sheriff's department is pretty poor from this afternoon.
I switched to AT&T because Verizon was terrible. So I guess we need to have the county come up and present their staff report into the record.
Good evening, Board. My name is Kelly Schultz for the record. This is the Argyle Cell Tower conditional use. It's a request to approve by final order. It's project number CU 2500005. It was reviewed by Bob Bronte with Walton County Planning and Development Services. It is a conditional use application submitted by City Switch of Baker Donaldson on behalf of Macedonia Baptist, requesting a conditional use under the rural residential and future land use category and zoning district. It's on 13.9 acres of land. The property has a future land use of rural residential. I'm not sure why that was worded the way it was. Let me go back here real quick. So we're going to go back to, it's a conditional use under the rural residential zoning category. Again, it's on 13.9 acres of land, has a future land use and zoning category of rural residential. The property is in District 2. It's located north of Interstate I-10, east of Ponderosa Trail, and it runs through the Macedonia Church Road area and is identified by the parcel number in your packet. If you would please enter the staff report into the record. As of to date, we don't have any public comments on this property, on this project, but unless you have any questions for me, then.
Good, let's enter the staff report into the record.
That'll be county's Exhibit 1.
They're meeting all the conditions of the conditional use?
Yes, sir, they do.
Excellent. And so you guys are in favor?
Absolutely, yes.
As a reminder for the board, this is different criteria from the variance. You're just looking at the 3 criteria that's on page 2, A, B, and C, as outlined. The county's packet under history. Yes.
I can read those. The site is adequate in size and shape to accommodate said use. The site for the proposed use relates to the streets and highways adequate in width and degree of improvement to handle the quantity and kind of vehicular traffic that would be generated, and any negative impacts of the proposed use on adjacent properties and on the public can be mitigated through the application of the stated conditions.
If you look at page 6 of your report too, you'll see that this property off of Macedonia Church Road, there's an access easement that takes you to the property. So while it does have direct access, it is through that recorded easement.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here in the audience that is here to speak?
I want to make clear, the initial purpose of this is purely public, for public safety
benefit,
telecommunications. There is space on these towers for AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile. There's no guarantee they'll ever be on there. but-
Understood. Thank you. Anybody here for or against? All right. Motion to close public discussion.
Motion to close public discussion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Paul?
Or, I'm
Oh, I guess we need a
Make
motion. to
I make a
approve.
motion to grant the conditional use.
We have a second. All right, Paul?
Yeah, I'm for it. I think it's, the sheriff's department's here to back it up, and I think it's a good thing. We all know how the cell phones are.
It meets the conditions, so
I just wanted to add that there's nobody here against it, and this is for the public benefit.
I agree completely.
All right. Let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, you got your variance on
Conditional use.
the conditional use.
Who do we have as our second on that?
Chris.
Making sure, thank you.
All right, so this is the Glendale Site 1 cell tower variance.
no, this is Argyle.
Thought we just did Argyle.
Well, this is the same tower, but now it's about.
Site 3 cell tower.
It needed a conditional use and a variance.
So there's actually two
Yes.
on this one agenda item. All right, so that cell tower is too tall and needs a variance,
It doesn't meet
Height.
setbacks.
and the setback variances.
Correct.
Got it. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, we'd also, again, like to enter the letter that we sent today as applicant's Exhibit A.
You got that?
Again, your staff has done a very thorough job in analyzing this request for a variance. And I'm going to bring out Mr. Vance and Mr. Sasso to talk about why these towers are so important and how they've been located where they are. Your staff report found that we probably felt that we didn't meet three of the 7 requirements for a variance. And I want to briefly address those. Then I'll bring up Mr. Sasso and Mr. Valls, and then if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. First, they found that there's probably no special circumstance here. We would counter that there is. And the special circumstance driving where these are located is their need to be located in a specific place to build a telecommunications network for the sheriff's department. These towers have to be located within a very small window, usually a quarter mile to a half mile radius. That's driving where they're being located. And we believe that is a special circumstance, the need for this technology and its requirement to be located in a very specific place. Also, that there not be an unnecessary hardship. The hardship here is, again, that the sheriff's office and Walton County Public Safety have to have a public safety network that supports its populace. That's what's driving here. I agree it's not one typically with the land, but it is a very significant hardship that the sheriff's department currently does not have, in its view, a functional telecommunications service. The last criteria that they said is that this would be a special privilege. This is not AT&T trying to put a tower in a place where it's not allowed and trying to get away with setbacks. This is a very unique party that it's being built for, and for a very unique purpose. Sheriff's Department doesn't go out and try to build things. Its only goal here is to improve its telecommunications network. We don't think it's this applicant or the party on whose benefit it's being built for is truly getting a special privilege here. Kevin, you want to come in? Kevin's going to talk. Kevin has been involved in the site selection process and can talk about how we got to this parcel where we do need the variances.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Kevin Sasso. I'm the Vice President at City Switch and Project Director of the Walton County Sheriff Office P25 network deployment that's been ongoing. One thing I really want to mention is that the network architecture here was designed specifically around properties that were owned and controlled by the BCC. That was the start of the entire project. That was the goal, is to target the BCC properties. That was intentional. The objective itself was to leverage publicly owned properties to accelerate the deployment, reduce long-term costs, and maintain the public control of the ground underlying where the towers are located. I would say in some of these challenges, I'll get into why we ended up shifting in this particular location, but again, this truly is not a speculative style of development. We are not in building for AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile in this case. It is the execution of a public safety network specifically designed by the county's experts, approved through their procurement process, and funded through a combination of county funds, the Triumph grants, and City Switch dollars. All that to come together to improve the emergency communications here throughout the county. Specifically at Glendale. The original Glendale location was situated on a property owned by the Board of County Commissioners. In this particular location, it was a parcel that was located off of the road, roughly 2,500 feet, back into a heavily wooded area that was not considered wetlands, but it was original pine, and it did have wet conditions in the surrounding area. During our initial engineering analysis here, we identified that the cost just to access the location would exceed nearly $1.2 million just to access the location. And that would be to service normal maintenance as well as fire department access under the guidelines within the code. Being good stewards of the county's dollars, the Triumph grant money, as well as City Switch dollars to deploy here, we looked alternatively to the neighbor to see if they had an opportunity to develop a parcel there. In doing so, we were able to negotiate at a very reasonable market rate, a rent that would be allowed for us to place the tower, and also eliminate any environmental concerns with regard to the length of that road and the public dollars that were being spent for the deployment. The limitation at this particular location that the underlying owner has leased to us is a corner style parcel that is partially cleared. The design of our tower does intrude a little bit into the woodland area. It is backed by a power line easement. Anywhere within this particular parcel, we could not place the 305-foot structure without meeting the required setbacks. So the hardship itself here was not necessarily self-created in the fact of that particular parcel. It was what we were able to source given the environment and the design of the overall network. Further, it arises from selecting the most environmentally responsible and cost-effective alternative solution, avoiding nearly $1.2 million of additional public or grant funding for this infrastructure upgrade.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members. For the record, my name is Tracy Voss. I'm the Chief of Emergency Services for the Walton County Sheriff's Office. And I'll just give you a quick overview of the gaps that we have. They significantly undermine the sheriff's ability to provide life-saving communication between deputies and firefighters and other first responders in the field. These gaps are the consequences of a system that was originally built for economy rather than growth. Too few towers, very little, if any, thought towards growth, no contemplation of the eventual need to increase capacity, and certainly no action taken to enhance a system that was constructed in 2007 to match today's current needs. That's how old this system is. It was the first slurs system in the Panhandle, slurs being state law enforcement radio system. And what you see today is as it was built in 2007. So at that time, it probably made financial sense to build it that way, but today those limitations represent an ongoing and very real threat to public safety in Walton County. And we always say when communication fails, everything fails. The coverage and capacity gaps of our current system undermine our ability to respond to disasters. They limit coordination during major incidents, and on the most basic level, they affect whether a deputy, a firefighter, or a paramedic can simply call for help when faced with a dangerous situation. What we have before you here today is technology and capabilities, and the technology and infrastructure currently in place aren't sufficient to meet modern requirements for coverage or capacity. For the last several years, our mission at the Sheriff's Office has been to fix those deficiencies. We've been trying to overcome all of the obstacles that are in the way of building a project of this magnitude so we can make this situation safer for our responders and for our citizens. And we have developed a very comprehensive strategy. We pursued funding. The Board of County Commissioners stood with us to help secure substantial support through the Triumph Gulf Coast Grant. And that covers nearly half the cost of this project. City Switch partnered with us to create a construction plan and a business model that allows the public investment to be paid down over time. So what is not funded by the grant is funded by tax dollars. And this business strategy that we have will be paid down. It will be paid off. Eventually, it will cost us nothing to put this system in place. It hasn't been rushed. It hasn't been improvised. It's been very deliberate and very collaborative. Today, it seems the single largest hurdle to completion of this critical infrastructure is this land development code and this setback requirement. Primarily because the code fails to contemplate for modern tower construction technology. It imposes setback requirements that do not reflect how these engineered structures actually perform. As currently written, it threatens to jeopardize the completion of this project. It has already cost the project nearly $160,000 in legal fees and engineering fees that were unbudgeted for just to get to this point. So what we're asking for is straightforward here. A variance from the setback requirements for these specific towers that have been certified by licensed engineers to collapse within their own compound. They are designed to fall inside their structured footprint, and they pose no threat to surrounding properties or structures. So we're not asking you to lower safety standards. We're asking you to recognize that modern engineering standards and the benefit they bring to the citizens of Walton County. So, and I want to put a fine point on this. If the policy argument or the technology argument isn't enough, then I'm going to share with you some realities of today's current public radio system. In November 2022, two of our deputies were involved in a gunfight attempting to neutralize an armed suspect behind the Waffle House in Sandestin. They're in a gunfight. At the point they most desperately needed assistance, their calls for help did not immediately reach our communications center because the system lacked capacity from that location. When seconds matter, capacity really matters. Fast forward to May of 2025, another deputy was involved in a gunfight in Mossyhead with a deranged gunman and was fatally injured while attempting to fight for his life and call for help on the radio, on a radio system that lacked coverage capability. Just 1 month later, Walton County Fire Rescue firefighters battled a commercial storage fire in Freeport. Fire teams were spread out over acres of this scene, attempting to control that blaze. Command staff on scene couldn't rely on their radios to get status updates from the teams, and instead had to send runners acres into the field to get information back so they could make command decisions to fight this fire. I can assure you, if a mayday call had come from one of those firefighters inside that building on that day, it would not have been heard. If the commander standing outside the building couldn't get radio coverage, the firefighters inside the building certainly could not have gotten it. The last one I'll leave you with is even more recent, October 25. Deputies again found themselves in a gunfight in Sandestin with a suspect who had just killed a family member. Body camera, and this is difficult to watch, but body camera shows these men fighting with a gunman, trying to talk on their radios as they're cueing their microphones, calling for help, but there's nothing coming out. So these aren't just theoretical gaps on a coverage map. These are real-world consequences. They're giant red flashing warnings and a growing list of warnings that numbers in the hundreds now. Every deputy who keys a microphone expects someone to hear them. Every firefighter entering a burning structure expects that if they call a mayday, it will go through. Every paramedic working a critical patient in the field expects coordination with the hospital. We owe them some certainty. Members of this board, this project is about ensuring that when our people press the button, someone answers. We have the funding, we have the engineering, we have the partnership, we have the public support. What we need is action now. Our request is simple: grant these variances so we can build these towers, so we can move forward. We can close these communications gaps and put our first responders and citizens at risk. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got one question. This may not be for you, but for your team, or the team of applicants. So there is an FAA requirement. I guess there's a requirement to get approval from the FAA if it's over 100 feet tall. Is that right?
We have to get a determination of no hazard from the FAA
Yeah.
before we can construct those.
And so that's something that's not really specifically related to this, but you're well aware of it, and
Oh, yes.
that could be a factor.
It is. I mean, I don't know that we have them all yet. We do. I think we've received them for all of the sites we're proposing.
So it's not an issue.
No.
Good.
And we certainly are aware we couldn't construct them without an FAA determination of no hazard letter.
Okay.
Specifically, any tower that is developed over 200 feet.
200.
200 requires an FAA study. It's called a 7461 to be completed. That is you receive a letter back from the FAA identifying that there's no hazard to flight. In this particular case, and actually all three tonight, we do have those. Those studies, the 7461, is also part of the technical review committee packet. That does have to be submitted. There is a secondary touch with that gets sent off to Eglin as part of our technical review committee, where Eglin ends up signing off from the DOD.
Okay, good.
So I'm under the impression they still have to go through the development order process after they get this variance. And so a lot of these things will probably
Yes.
be addressed at that point.
Okay.
Yes,
That makes sense.
that's
Okay,
accurate.
thank you.
Um,
I get two others real quick. When you say the tower collapses on itself within its footprint, so what is the footprint?
Each of these locations are designed as a 100 by 100 compound. And that compound itself is fenced, secured with barbed wire, things of that nature.
Okay.
The tower itself has designed fail points such that it would collapse down the leg and collapse into the compound itself of 100 by 100.
And that would be the case in a Cat 4 wind, condition in a hurricane or something?
So these towers are designed to withstand up to 155 miles per hour of ultimate wind speed. I don't know.
What is that, Cat 5? I don't know.
It's close to it at
Yeah.
least, so.
Yeah.
Which is which is per the latest design and structural code that we operate under.
Yeah.
Okay, and I had one other, I'm trying to think of what it was. Ouch. I'll think of it. Go ahead. Anybody else?
I think we need to hear from the county next. If you guys don't mind, we'll give you the last word.
And if it's all right, Chair, just as Jesus is working his way up there, I was just going to make just a statement on the record for all of the towers, essentially. First, I do want just to, planning certainly supports the efforts of the sheriff and City Switch in enhancing communication of emergency services and filling those existing gaps. Secondly, Jesus did an excellent job in reviewing the code against the minimum standards for variance despite his findings, which is, based on the information provided. Planning is not opposed to the request.
Right. These are
And
just three technical things
there are,
that you
right.
have to
I mean,
get
we
a
have to
variance
treat
for.
every variance
Yep.
request the same, and that's what he did, and rightly so. And then additionally, we certainly agree with Mr. Voss and his assessment of the code. It does not consider any new maintenance or failure technologies that exist now that didn't exist at the time of writing. So just wanted to put that out there. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Jesus?
Good afternoon. It's a little loud. My name is Jesus. This is item number 5, Argyle Site 3 Cell Tower Variance, request to approve by final order. Project number VAR 25000042 is being reviewed by myself. This is a variance application submitted by Baker Donaldson on behalf of Macedonia Baptist Church, requesting a variance for section 5.07.10A.2 of the Land Development Code to allow for setbacks to adhere to section 5.00.003 on 13.9 plus or minus acres with a future land use of rural residential and a zoning category of rural village. The property is located in District 2, located north of Interstate I-10, west of Ponderosa Trail, and runs through Macedonia Church and is identified by parcel number listed on your staff report. I would like to enter the staff report into the record.
So entered. Can you walk us through those 3 line items that are of concern?
Yes, so the first item I'd like to talk about is on this particular site, there is a 2-bedroom, or it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom mobile home located to the northwest of the site. As for the distance, I'm not aware of what that distance is, but it is something that I wanted to bring to you guys' attention.
Is that, do we know the distance?
No.
It's not showing up in any of that satellite imagery.
It should be on the second sheet of the staff report. It's an aerial, it's clouded in blue.
Is that the church?
I don't know. At least from my findings, that was a mobile home.
The one on the south side of Macedonia Church Road is what you're...
I'm referring to the one that's on the northeast.
You're talking about this structure here?
Yes, correct.
So if the square is 100 foot by 100 foot, we can reasonably deduct that that's about 1,000 feet away. So the structure should not be in danger of being struck by falling debris.
Okay.
Can we confirm that that red square is the 100 feet by 100 feet square that we're looking at on our diagram? That's correct?
Yeah, there is actually a drawing here
Yeah,
that
okay.
is dimensioned.
Yeah, you'll find that on exhibit, it's towards the end, I believe.
Back.
Exhibit E. And it looks to be I don't see any dimensions on this one.
There's a 50-foot dimension to the center
Yeah,
of
there
the
you go.
tower, and
Yep.
so I think that the red square is 100 by 100.
Agreed.
And we're 126 feet from the center of the tower to the property line. Testimony was given that the collapse point would be 100 feet from the top of the tower. So the falling structure would not technically leave the site.
Yeah, there'd be 26.8 feet. Property line, technically.
Or it could go the other.
Could go the other way, yeah.
Right.
So the only other item that I had is, or was the outstanding comments from, I believe it's from a survey. I don't know if those have been addressed yet or not. And the last thing that I'd like to close is, as Stephen mentioned, on behalf of the Walton County Planning Department, we acknowledge that this request is in an effort to better serve the public health, safety, and welfare of the county.
Thank you for that. I did not see the survey request in here.
I think.
So
Walton
it's
County Engineering Department? Was that
it's not a request, it's just, I'm just letting the board know that that's still pending.
Okay. Yeah, engineering put a note that they did not support the request. But they didn't give a reason. All right.
Any questions for me?
But the planning department does support it.
We are not opposed to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just need to resolve these things that are technically violating the code, so they don't really have discretion to approve it unilaterally.
And I will add, just for the sake, since, sorry to cut you off, Hayward, the survey work will be a part of the development order application for all of these if it is missing, so. And I did speak with the county surveyor earlier today, and he agreed with that assessment. That
Perfect.
It's, yeah.
So if the variance is granted, this structure will have the front 25, sides of 10, and rear of 20 for other structures, or which under the code would they apply?
Yeah, that's a great point.
In terms
doesn't-
of the setback, so the setback requirement for tall towers is the height of the tower to the property line.
Right, but the request is to vary from that and to allow this structure to conform to 5.00.03.
Right,
And
so
that would fall under all other primary structures, commercial, civic, and industrial. So it would have the 25, 10, 25 on front, 10 in the sides, and 20 in the rear.
I missed that, but yes, that sounds accurate. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it doesn't look like it deviates from those setbacks.
It does not, no.
Height. And
Height is the,
relative
right.
to the property lines. Okay. Jesus, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys, the last word?
Record or not,
As
a cell tower lawyer, I don't like to like it.
Right. I was assuming that since nobody spoke up about the previous variance, that there was nobody here to oppose it.
I just wanted to say, my letter today, my comments from certainly not criticism. I am firm. These kind of projects are 3 years. They do an excellent job.
Hit the button. There you go.
They do an excellent job, and have done an excellent job on these items. And my letter was simply meant to provide a little more context and information. We certainly have no problem with the work they've done here.
Great, thank you. All right.
Just got one more question. I thought of what I forgot. These towers are for public safety and requested by the sheriff's department. Would they have a secondary use for commercial use?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
No.
Yeah. Motion to close public discussion?
Motion to close public discussion.
Second?
Aye.
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 Does anybody want to make a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the variance.
Second.
All in favor? We gotta have discussion, don't we?
I think it's for the
Have to have it.
We don't have to.
benefit of the public. I mean, I think it's clearly they're building out infrastructure, and to do it before we need it desperately would be better than waiting until it was too late.
Margaret?
I agree.
Paul?
Yeah,
Everybody good?
Yeah, and the modern technology mitigates the safety concern of the height of the tower versus the setback.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Got the variance. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best. Okay, so more of the same. This is conditional use,
No.
or this is a
the same.
variance for the setback requirements?
This is a variance for the Glendale site.
Is there anything in your testimony that would be significantly different than what we heard for the other site?
Not from my testimony or Mr. Voss's testimony. Again, we want our letter to be part of the record for this site. I do think Mr. Sasso would have a little more information about specific to this site, which I think is very relevant to
Great,
this.
thanks.
I'll be brief. Very similar to the other site, we started at a location on BCC-owned property. Here it was actually located near a gravel pit owned by the county. And in a similar fashion, during our engineering visit and initial design summary, the overall location of the tower would have required a significant upgrade, approaching $1 million for the leveling of that area, as well as potentially impeding on the use of the gravel pit itself. So again, we did alter and relocate here and ended up on a parcel negotiated with a neighboring owner that was at market rate or below, so we can provide and can continue to build out the network for the sheriff. That's all I have.
Yeah, we need to enter Exhibit A into the record.
Applicant's Exhibit A for the variance request number 6. Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Well, I did note that this tower is 50 feet away from the western boundary. And we heard that the towers were designed to collapse on themselves, but I do wonder if the 100-foot collapse point would cross that boundary on the west side.
So the design here, it calls out 50 feet to the center of the tower to the edge of the parcel line. The compound itself, it was designed as a little bit of a slimmer nature of a 75 by 75 in lieu of 100. The engineer of record still provided the overall design of the tower to collapse upon itself and within the desired compound. Was a specific request, a specific letter that was stamped by that PE to conform to fit within the 75 by 75.
You can see that in the second to last page of the staff report.
The overall easement that we did, or ground lease that we did sign for the parcel itself was 100 by 100. So it went parcel line outwards. We're only constructing to avoid or to allow for a roughly, I don't have the dimensions here, but a setback from the fence line to the property line.
It looks like about maybe, not much, maybe 10 feet.
Yeah, how tall was this tower?
305 feet.
But your testimony is it'll collapse within its base or its structure, which is a 75-foot square. Okay.
Just for the sake of the record, the survey here does show, or the site plan, I'm not sure what boundary survey shows an 80-foot box, just.
So 80.
All right, we should probably get the county to enter their staff report into the record. Jesus, is this significantly similar to the previous one?
Yes.
So
With the exception, I don't think this one has an adjacent structure around it, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Excellent.
okay, this is Glendale Site 1 Cell Tower variance, request approved by final order, project number VAR 25000041. This is a variance application submitted by Baker Donaldson on behalf of Frank and Jody Ariano, sorry if I butchered that, requesting a variance for section 5.07.10A2 of the Land Development Code to allow for setbacks to adhere to section 5.00.003 on 36.69 plus or minus acres with a future land use of general ag and zoning category of general ag. The property is located in District 2 at 3212 East State Highway 2, Westville, and is identified by the parcel number in your staff report.
Does anybody have any additional questions for Jesus?
No.
Let's enter the staff report into the record, and is there anybody here for or against this one? All right, come on up.
Good evening. My name's Shay Tyson. I'll be the adjacent property owner to
the west,
to the south.
across the street.
To the south of the 36 acres.
Oh, north is that way.
Yeah, well, to the south of the
South
parcel
is-
would be
yeah,
across the street.
Across the street, or
Guess if you'd say that, across the intersection, however you want to say it.
Perfect.
across the intersection.
I'm not worried about it falling on my house or anything like that.
You're worried about seeing a cell phone tower from your house?
I mean, actually aesthetically, it doesn't look good, you know, it's probably gonna lower property values. I thought about this a lot. We had a guy move in down the road that builds those buggy engines, you know, real loud ones. Wham, wham, wham. You know, the ones at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, they're working on. It's a nuisance. It's loud. It's annoying. But I'm kind of a common law kind of person. I don't care what my neighbors do. I don't care if they shoot their guns. I don't care if they play their radios. I don't care if he works on the engines. If it's negligence, if my neighbor chooses to shoot his gun and it comes across my property line and harms me, or any other thing that comes across the property line that harms me, where's my rights then, you know? That's what I'm getting at. But either way, I had a few points. I'd actually sent an email to Jesus. I'm not sure if y'all got that. The questions that I had for him. I sent a fact.
Go ahead and,
Okay. So I had faxed this up to him the other day. This was questions for zoning board of adjustments. So number one, I want to know, have the health effects been considered for the families living within a 500-meter radius? And the reason I bring that number up is a list of international studies that basically between 350 to 500 meter radius. One study that was conducted, or, you know, finalized in 2020, 33 studies internationally. 32 of those studies are all harmful, and I'm going to give y'all copies of all that. But the studies conducted internationally indicate serious health risks for residents living within a 350 to 500 meter radius of large cell towers. To summarize some of the effects, 3 to 10 times the normal cancer and tumor rates, neurological disorders, DNA damage, eye damage, blood damage, vertigo, headaches, insomnia, depression, increased suicide rates, tremors, thyroid issues, fatigue, irritability, nausea, appetite loss, and the list. I mean, we can go on and on and on. I think there's approximately a dozen families or more living within a 500-meter radius of this proposed site that will be radiated 24 hours a day without their consent for years or decades or who knows how long. And that's another thing. I'm not against the sheriff department having emergency service. I choose to live out away from that because I'm kind of a I'll take care of myself kind of person. I feel bad about the things that happen in Sandestin. It sounds like Sandestin needs a tower for services or something down there, so they can get their calls through. I don't know if there's a way for the sheriff department to get what they need without having 3 other commercial tenants beaming the residents 24/7. That's another thing right here. I'm bringing this up. There's 2 cell towers already located within a 3.5 mile. One's like 2.2 mile, one's like 3 miles over here. Those and 3 Wi-Fi towers have all been built in the last 7 years. I think that the Wi-Fi things were COVID era. We're going to make everybody stay at home and get coverage at home, you know. I don't know if that was pre-planned or hasty or what was that. I don't think they're free services either. I think you're supposed to pay for it. But like I said, there's 2 towers that have been built just within the last few years. This one would be right in the middle of those 2. Actually, that's what I wanted to bring up. These other 2 towers, the one on Highway 2 down there next to, pretty close to the intersection of Highway 83 and Highway 2, where the county has purchased some property and building a fire department subunit, whatever you want to call it. That tower is set off the road out in the agriculture field out in the cow pasture. The one over off Cook Road north of Darlington is also located out in a cow pasture, out in the field off the road. It's not up in the middle of everything. It's pretty rural and set back.
Great point. What was the third thing that you brought up that you wanted to bring up?
About?
Said you had 3 things, I think, when you came up to the podium.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had 3 questions. These were just, I'm just trying to narrow it down. So one of these that I'm number 2 is why not locate this tower on the 7.5 acres of county property purchased in 2023 that's at the intersection of Highway 83 and Highway 2. This tower, like I said, it's small footprint, 300 foot tall, but it's 80 by 80 footprint, you know. I don't know logistically, maybe it doesn't work out, but I'd like to have these questions answered. I mean, the county already owns that. I believe that's what he's talking about. So I have a question here as far as, are there currently any city or county ordinances in Walton County that govern the placement of these commercial cellular or Wi-Fi transmitters next to residential housing? Is there some kind of a setback? Are we allowed to stick them within 50 feet, no matter how many homes are there? If there's an apartment complex, I mean, I'd like to know, does Santa Rosa or the FUNIAC or the county have any guidelines for this?
We can let Stephen respond to that one.
We do address tall structures, towers such as these in the code. Specifically, there is a limitation on placement on a property relating directly to the height. So the height is the setback from the property lines that it is abutting. Then that is the variance request today.
Okay. Well, specifically, what I'm trying to address here is there's things that are annoying, whether it's sound or a chicken house built next to you, or things that are going to be annoying to you. But the RF radiation that are coming off these towers and these studies within people that are close by, is there anything to mitigate that?
There's nothing in the code that speaks to RF radiation.
I just want to let y'all know that I've invested everything I've got. I'm not wealthy. I don't live on the beach. I can't afford a 3,800 square foot barn, playhouse, or anything. I'm actually in the middle of building myself with my own two hands a house on this property that I'm on now to get out of the junk that I'm in. I hope to finish it up this year, my electrical, mechanical, and get everything certificate occupancy. So I can't move. I'm literally trapped in this spot. Matter of fact, I don't think I can sell because owner builder, I can't even sell. I mean, I didn't get a variance for anything to build my house. I've met all the requirements and all the inspections and everything. I didn't get a variance for anything, and I don't think I'm gonna get a variance for, I want to sell my house within a year because I'm not asking for anything special. I'm trying to play the game, pay my taxes. Matter of fact, this house that I'm paying for with savings that I'm building myself, I'll be taxed on my land and on my house that I built myself over $200,000. That's what they're saying. Part of it, but I plan on living here forever. I mean, I've sunk everything I've got into this piece of property, into a house I'm building. And yeah, I will sit on my front porch and, see a 300-foot tower blinking all night, but that's not even the worst of my concerns. I'm concerned about laying there at night and being radiated 24/7. The last time that the FCC has done any health studies was in 1997. And I think we were probably like 3G or something back then. They were taken to court in 2021 by Mercy Health Trust. I got it in the paperwork. Anyways, the FCC's yet to respond to them as far as the court told them they want them to look at the new studies, look at these new health effects. The FCC since 2021 has failed to respond to this court order. We're going to 5G and maybe 6G in the future with these future tenants. I don't know if everybody here is familiar, but we're talking about getting into the terahertz. This is like microwaving you. I understand, growth. I understand, I grew up in a little small town that grew. I understand all that. I know when I look down here when I come through Freeport driving, I understand the troubles of the growth. I'm trying to find out how does the little guy like me, like I said, what I'm noticing here is the people that don't show up and speak up against anything, like I've tried to get my neighbors to come down here. Some of them feel like they're scared or like if they say anything that there'll repercussions. I'm not here to try to cause any problems. Matter of fact, the property owner, I consider a friend. I like him. I mean, we raise hogs, we raise chickens, we farm. I mean, he also has 500 acres. I don't know if that's consideration down the road. He has more land. I don't know. But I want to know, one day who's going to be liable if harm comes upon my neighbors. If we end up with medical bills, who is liable? I mean, is it going to be the cellular provider, the cell tower, whoever let this happen? I got a lot of questions that I'm trying to figure out, and I understand I don't know what you call the legal term, but you're kind of a court.
Quasi-judicial.
There we go. So that's what I'm doing. I'm coming before y'all. I mean, never had any problem or any reason to go bug anybody about anything, but this house is going to be left to my children, maybe grandchildren that come and stay with me. That's all I got. and I don't want to have to move. I've enjoyed Walton County. I love the sheriff department. I mean, I've bragged on them when some of my neighbors, you know, I brag on them. So, that's all I got to say, really.
We appreciate you coming out tonight.
Thank you.
So we'll give you guys the last word, and maybe you can address some of the points brought up.
Can I leave some of the studies and stuff like that with you?
Absolutely. Let's enter those into the record.
Just give us what you want to leave, and then we'll make that composite as public. Does anybody want to look at these right now?
Pass them around. So I did have a question about if a variance were granted with a condition being that only, for this tower, that only the sheriff's radio system be allowed to be used on this tower. Does that make this unworkable as a site?
It doesn't make it unworkable. It does increase the cost. Our ability to put commercial carriers on this site is what we will do, what we will use over time to pay down the cost of this site. Multi-million-dollar project that of tax money that we intend to eliminate over time by using that site for commercial carriers.
And does your radio system, is it effectively a cell phone radio system now that's using the same technology?
No, it's a land mobile radio. It's a digital 800 or 700 megahertz system. So it's not the same as cell phones.
Like the old Southern Link radios?
I don't know if that's what it is or not, and I'd have to get Kevin to answer that question.
The FCC licenses all the different spectrums that are out there. Your frequency is in the 700 range. Cellular carriers also operate within the 700 range. Each specific block is assigned and how it's going to be used. That's governed and manipulated by the FCC itself. Cellular carriers also do operate between 600 megahertz up to 3.5 gigahertz, and some of the future technologies do go a little bit higher than that as well. But currently deployed technologies are 6, 7, 8, 2100, 1900, 3500. Those megahertz are the current deployed systems out there with the cellular carriers, but you're operating at 700.
Okay.
So yeah, you're losing some revenue if you're not allowed to lease this tower to another provider.
Yeah, that's correct. That will be exclusively funded by taxpayer dollars, which is contrary to the model that we put in place to pay the entire project down over time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the other point would be, I'm assuming that there are plenty of cell towers out there that are near folks' residence. And my quick research shows the FCC has safety limits that your tower will have to meet, and the safety limits are for the public health to restrict the amount of energy that's coming from this stuff called non-ionizing radio frequency electromagnetic fields, and so that's what the FCC has limits for EMF exposure. And your towers will have to meet those limits.
Mr. Gallagher can add to that.
I'm just getting a nod, yes?
Yes.
Let's just take, for example, AT&T. AT&T has a license to broadcast from the FCC. As a condition of that license, its emissions from a tower have to be below certain thresholds. And in most cases, almost all cases, those emissions are well below those thresholds. These towers are near schools, they're near hospitals, they're near homes. They're filling this room right now. It's the wireless industry's position that they're safe. It's the federal government's position that they're safe. And it's the sheriff's department's position that these are safe. I did want to respond to one other point that was raised about the location of this tower. The location of this tower was specifically designed by the people, was designated by the people who designed the sheriff's telecommunications network as needing to be in this place. The fact that there are other towers even a mile away, I'm not sure, I didn't look at exactly where the other towers, doesn't obviate the need for the sheriff to locate a facility here.
I did notice that the access road is awfully close to the intersection. Isn't there a rule that prohibits that entrance being located that close to the intersection?
There is some dimension in there, but again, when this project comes in for development order,
Make adjustments.
that'll be a public works comment, I'm sure, at the time to rearrange potentially that access point.
Well, I am just exhausting, some of the questions that we can ask to kind of help the public's concern. It has a dimension noted of 165 feet to the northern property boundary, and so I'm also curious if the entire access road and the 100-foot square could be shifted another 100 feet north on that site to minimize the impact to the neighbors.
It's certainly something that we can look at and, of course, abide by the code and county requirements. The one concern that I would have with regard to the overall design is the embankment from, I don't know the name of the road, I'm sorry, to the east, but that, or maybe that's to the north. There is an embankment as it comes off the road. Yeah, it would be to the east. That we would have to make sure that we could design an access road to allow to get up to the compound area that would be sufficient to fire department access. So we will certainly do with whatever we can to comply with the development order and the code with regard to the access road and its proximity to the intersection, and then look to alleviate potential concerns on the north side if possible.
Yeah, is that a power line easement?
There is on the backside there.
So what is the required separation from the power lines?
The NEC ends up putting together, they have a variety of different tables out there. Separation from active power lines varies depending upon the voltage of those lines. If you're 12.7 kV, it could be as minimum as about 7 feet. Your 500 kV lines are about 50 feet from outer conductor to a buildable structure, unless you're a certified electrical worker to be in that realm. They are distribution lines. They're probably gonna be in that 7 to 12 kV range. So we aren't looking at anything super significant. So again, 500 kV is 50 feet, and those are the big booming towers that you see.
Could we
coming out of the power
slide
plants.
it to within 50 feet of that power line easement?
Further back into the woods?
Yep.
Simple answer is yes. There would be a variety of rework on the regulatory side to do so.
Does anybody else have any more questions for the applicant? Okay, motion to close public discussion.
Motion to close public discussion.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, who wants to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the variance as requested with no conditions.
No conditions as in not trying to push it back a little
Correct.
further? Okay.
I don't think 50 feet is going to make a difference.
All right, discussion. About you lead off, Charlie.
All right, I'll lead off. I think there's a clear need. So I think that's established. I think that's good. It is going to benefit the public. It's going to impact everyone. will be significantly impacted specifically by this specific tower, but there's a conglomerate network of towers throughout the county that are also irradiating everybody else that are within 1,500 feet or 500 meters, whatever that is.
Same thing. Close.
I know I'm within 1,500 feet of one. That's where I live. I mean, like, I hadn't really considered it until this point, but I mean, like, it's a valid concern for sure. There's no, at the moment, there's nothing from the FCC saying that it will give you brain cancer and other stuff, but there's evidence that's pointing to it from other sources. So I think it's valid. I think overwhelmingly the need is gonna override the concern for me.
Hey, Margaret?
I agree the need's there. I certainly would like the neighbors to be happy with it. And if there's any way that you could sit down with them and say, what are some things that we can do, barring, pushing it back? What are some things that we can do to sort of compromise, maybe, plant something or do something? But I do see the need, and it is important.
Paul?
I hadn't been hearing any studies of where they're out there saying that the
Get closer to it.
Thank you.
Move it closer to you.
But yeah, I watch a lot of news, and I don't see them on the TV talking about how these things are causing cancer all over the country or anywhere. And I've heard, I've always lived within the range of one myself. When I lived in Argyle, I lived 500 feet from one. And where I live now, probably 1,000 feet from one. And there's a big power line going beside my school. Those got electric coming off them. I think the need outweighs the concerns of just,
I support the variance at this point in time.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm gonna take a minute. Well, first I'm gonna turn on my microphone, and then we'll go from there. I agree with largely what everyone says and has said up here. So I'm gonna take a moment and I'm gonna discuss something related to it, but a little separate. And I think that what I'm thinking is I want to take a moment to comment on the testimony that was provided here this evening by a citizen of this county. I think in today's world, it feels like it's worth taking a moment to point out what a exceptional example of civic engagement that was. I think that a citizen showed up here and he articulated his sincerely held concerns for himself, his family, his property, and his life savings. And I think he managed to do it in the respectful way that we should expect individuals to conduct that discourse in this world. And so I just wanted to say that I certainly appreciate the concerns you expressed. But I also appreciate you taking the time to come out here, to show up, to write, and to express your views in a way that we could hear them, understand them, and that we could all collaborate on them in a respectful way. And so I just wanted to take a moment to point that out. That being said, I do also understand the Sheriff's Department's needs and the importance of public safety, and that's why I'll support the motion.
I've got no other comment.
We have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Can I get that? Who's got that packet?
You guys have 30 days to appeal.
Applicants got the variance.
Yeah, but the county can, I mean, anybody can file an appeal, can they?
That's not my understanding.
I said, does he have 30 days to appeal that?
Well, yeah, once the order is issued, any aggrieved party that has standing can seek to appeal. And that's always, I think, can we put that on the order? Yeah, so it's on, right.
30 days from when it is signed.
Correct. It's not from today's date because the order may not be executed till next week or whenever. So the 30 days starts after it's signed and
Yep, so this one is Liberty Site 16 cell tower variance.
And one other thing Karen pointed out, if I know it's redundant and we've got the same parties, but if you'll just state for the record again your name so we have it clear. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Patton Hahn, Baker Donaldson for City Switch. This is matter number 26-0244, the Liberty Cell Tower Variance. It's very similar to the prior two variances you've considered. Again, my remarks regarding this matter and Mr. Vouse's remarks would be the same. The only difference here would be Mr. Sasso and his site-specific information. And again, we'd ask that the letter I sent this morning, dated February 26th, be made part of this record.
Can we do that? Thank
Yep.
you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for hearing us. Again, my name is Kevin Sasso with City Switch, Vice President of Special Projects. With regard to the site Liberty, this particular location, it was designed on BCC-owned property. Yes, sir.
Okay. 7.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is it.
Okay. It said on Frank and Jody Arano on the introduction, first page, and then on the last page it was Walton County.
This property owner for Liberty is the BCC.
That's what I was saying. So our book says.
I believe that was in error. It's just in the staff reporting. We
Okay.
carried it over from the previous one.
Okay.
But based on what I'm seeing, Walton County is the correct owner in this instance.
Okay.
Correct. Apologies for that. So this particular site location is owned BCC property. We were able to come to an engineering style of a solution here to deploy the tower. The location itself, when you enter and access the road, the parcel itself, it is a very heavily sanded access road to the point that even during our initial design visits, we ended up, we did get stuck. We sunk into the sand. The sand road bed itself falls off to the west, and the remaining part of the parcel to the west is protected wetlands. And then further to the south, it becomes more of a larger sand pit area. In the overall design scheme, what we were looking at from a cost stewardship is how to alleviate about a quarter mile roadway that we would have to upgrade with fill and substantial gravel to support fire department access as well as standard operations and maintenance. As such, we did elect to move this a little bit more forward into the parcel away from the wetlands, but as such, the position of the tower is in between the sand roadway and the parcel line that provided us with the setback variance request. So again, we're looking to be good stewards of the county and Triumph and City Switch dollars to be spent and in support of the P25 Emergency Services Network.
Go for it.
So, so this one's 75 by 75, is that right? That's what I'm looking at.
By 80.
Or is it 80 by 80? Oh, okay. And this is the same situation where it will fall within the 80 by 80? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Else have any more questions? Margaret?
I just was wondering what the setback, I was trying to figure out what the setback was on each of the sides. It looks like it's close to the property line on one side, and the other side, it's got a lot of room.
It looks like the 80-foot square is only 10 feet away from the property line. Exhibit G is the very last page. And that L1 dimension is
10 feet is correct.
Yeah. Anybody else have any questions? I'd like the staff.
Well, thank you, by the way, for your patience with all of these tonight, and I'm sorry to everyone else here for monopolizing the time. So.
Jesus?
Yes, this is the Liberty Site 16 Cell Tower Variance, request to approve by final order. Project number VAR 25-000040. This is a variance application submitted by Baker Donaldson on behalf of Walton County Sheriff's Office requesting a variance for section 5.07.10.A2 of the Land Development Code for setbacks to adhere to section 5.00.003 on 19.27 plus or minus acres with a future land use of public facilities and institutional and a zoning category of public facilities. The property is located in District 3 at the western end of Deer Trail, which is west of US Highway 331 North, south of, I need a little bit of help here. How do you say that road? Wyckoff Road?
Wyckoff.
There you go. And west of Rockman Road, and is identified by the parcel number in your staff report. I would like to enter the staff report in the record.
Let's enter that into the record.
Okay, the only comment that I had is this one does have an adjacent, does have a mobile home down, I believe it's southeast of the property. And you'll find that in the Exhibit A map.
I see that. It does look like it's about 1,500 feet away.
And any other questions for me?
Maybe closer than 1,500 feet, but.
Were there any comments from that property owner?
Not before the meeting, no. Perhaps now I received some while I've been here, but I can't speak to that. But as of 5 o'clock this afternoon, no.
All right. Thank you very much. On what?
Yeah, he said unless he received something while this meeting's going on, he hadn't received anything
Right.
prior to.
Anybody here for or against from the public? All right. Motion to close public discussion.
Motion to close public discussion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Paul, you want to lead us off?
No, we need a
We got a
motion.
motion.
Oh.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
Second.
I'll get the hang of it.
Mr. Gallagher?
I second.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
No comment from me?
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We survived that one.
You want to take a 10, 15
We've been
minute
here for
comfort break?
2 hours. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 7:15. We are back in session. Robert?
All right, good evening, Board. Robert Kaufman with Dunlap and Shipman on behalf of the applicant Lisa Hess. Here with me, Melissa Ward, Planning Director with Dunlap and Shipman. Ms. Hess is here, as well as her brother, Keith Hunt. This is a request for a de minimis variance from Section 50003, the standard single-family side setbacks from 7.5 to 7.4 feet. Specifically, it's requesting a 1.2-inch variance on the northwest and southeast corners of the home. To be clear, it's not requesting the variance for the entire length of the side setback. There's a slight orientation issue with the home that causes the corners to be slightly over. There's not all that much to it, so I will sit down and ask Ms. Ward to please come up. And if I may approach, I'll be passing out our evidence notebook as well.
Good evening, Board. It's Melissa Ward with Dunlap and Shipman. I'm a certified planner with the American Planning Association and 20 years experience. I work for Dunlap and Shipman representing Ms. Hess and Mr. Hunt. First, I just want to say that I sadly intended to give you a display by video, and somehow that's not capable, so I apologize. This will just be verbal with our exhibits. So Dunlap and Shipman represents Lisa Hess and Frank Hunt in their petition for variance from the Walton County Land Development Code 5.0003, building setback requirements for single-family homes for the front setback or the side setback from 7.5 feet to 7.4. So I'm going to tell you what occurred, and we're going to discuss it. Miss Hess and her father, Frank Hunt, owns the property. They decided to pull a permit for a single-family home and do an owner build. Frank Hunt was in charge of construction and pulled the lines for the setbacks in order to stay within the lines. I'm going to show you how I think it's possible that he pulled the lines using the road as a guide, and that the lot is slightly tilted. Mr. Hunt will not be available to testify, but Lisa is here to give you information if you require it. The home construction went through all of the necessary permitting and went through BPR. We do have in your exhibit book, you'll see that we have a building permit application and approval in there. They went through the foundation, building the foundation, and all the necessary inspections. And when they were the house is near or close to complete, they went in to ask for a CO inspection. And the building department advised them that they have to get the planning department to approve a foundation survey. So they went and had an as-built prepared and submitted it, and that's when the 1.2-inch encroachment on opposing corners was found. So she contacted us, and this is why we're here today. So what you have in front of you is the survey that we submitted with the application, and I'm just going to point to the areas so we're clear. On the garage on this corner, and on the rear of the house. This is a two-story home, so these are foundational corners. And looking at the building permit, which I was going to show you in a slide, you should note that this garage is a retaining wall with backfill. So there is a substantial structure for this garage area. When we talk about single-family homes and setbacks and everything, the purpose and intent of setbacks is to allow for light and space between the structures, safety and air. A 1.1 encroachment on those two corners does not impact that. So we do believe that the request for the variance is in alignment with the purpose of the code in that it does not infraction it doesn't diminish the property values or the property use of the neighbors to either side. The property has remained, since the day they found out there was an encroachment, nothing else has happened. They ceased work on the house and it's remained empty for 6 months and nothing else has happened on that. We would want to let you know that the property is zoned residential preservation. One of your components is that it doesn't allow a use not permitted in the zoning district. Because it's residential preservation, it's a single-family home, it does not permit any additional use or new use that's not otherwise allowed. So once again, it complies with that portion of your criteria. The property, it's easier for me to show you, but I didn't have those. I apologize again because of the visuals. The house has the garage structure has a nice area in front of it, and behind it you can see the two-story structure. So the corner where that two-story structure is substantially important to be able to, the only way for them to fix it would be to take it down or take a portion of it down and rebuild it. That is an extreme hardship on a family that was building this home, and under the certain circumstances that the cost of that replacement would be onerous to remove a $300,000 home and then put it back in. You couldn't just shave a piece off to meet that criteria. And I think that's a bigger part of the issue is it's not a quick fix. Like if you built a porch just a little bit too far into it, you could cut part of the porch off. It's not gonna adversely affect the foundation or any of the pipes or any of the structure.
Melissa,
Yes.
This looks like a pretty straightforward case of
it was a mistake.
Pulling the tape measure,
yes,
just a hair off. Would you be opposed if we gave you the last
I'll
word?
sit down and you guys we can wait.
Is there anybody here? Let's have the county speak next.
This is item number 8 on the agenda, Hess variance request to approve by final order. Project number VAR 26-000007 is this is a variance application submitted by Dunlap and Shipment on behalf of Lisa Hess, requesting a variance to reduce the required single-family side setbacks from 7.5 feet to 7.4 feet on the northwest and southeast corner of the foundation of the home on 0.23 plus or minus acres with a future land use of residential and zoning category of residential preservation. This property is located in District 5 at 75 Garden Street and is identified by the parcel ID in the staff report.
So I'm looking at the plat for this neighborhood, and it would appear to have been platted prior to 1975. Is that the cutoff for the 5-foot setbacks? And I'm wondering if 72 by 140, the limit by 80 square feet. Ouch. Sorry, Jesus, go ahead.
Okay, so as you've already noted, this is in a platted subdivision. Referring to your question, if I heard you correctly, you're asking when was this platted?
I didn't know if we had looked into that, but the square footage of the lot would render that meaningless. That they would, if it was less than 10,000 square feet, they would be entitled to a 5-foot side setback, but it's just over.
I apologize. Let me just say very quickly for your question. The code specifically says June of 1975. The plat was recorded in June of 1975. It is 9,900 and some odd square feet for the lot, but I think it was deemed that, according to the building permit, that the size of the lot is 9,900 and some odd square feet. Actually, I can.
Hang on, I'll just go by the survey.
We were told that they had to have a variance.
Okay.
Thank you. I should clarify, if you don't mind me reading the language, so why we're here. The code specifically says, platted or unplatted prior to June 1975. There's no specific date, so it's left open. Less than 10,000 square feet, if not otherwise indicated on the recorded plat, and the plat has setback lines drawn on it. Thank you.
Great point, thank you. Plus, the math ain't mathin', it's over 10,000 square feet. Yeah, we're gonna move past that.
I will say, just for clarification, this rear property line here, this part here, where the survey pins are, the surveyor noted that this little area, which is about 10 feet, will be removed from the plat. It's a long discussion, just letting you know that's why it's like that.
So in the staff report, you'll notice that I've pasted the table 5.1 that speaks specifically about the building setbacks. Additionally, I did want to note that item number B under chapter 5 that specifically speaks to the methodology and determination of setbacks. It does speak to any overhangs greater than 18 inches. Just want to make sure that it encompasses everything. So, and lastly, we're, from a review standpoint, just so that you guys are aware, we're still pending South Walton Fire comments, and it looks like Public Works has a revise and resubmit still pending.
There was 2 letters in support with a fence.
There are letters, that's correct.
The last 2 pages. They just wanted a fence.
And those are in Exhibit F of the staff
Is the
report.
applicant opposed to a fence?
Is there any opposition received?
I saw the email about the fence, but also something to consider would be some shrubs. I think that would be a little more attractive, but I'm not living next door, so whatever the people next door would like. But that's what I suggest.
In terms of opposition, it's more of the emails that you've seen.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a gray area.
Perfect, thank you. Let's enter the staff report into the record.
And just so we already accepted into the record applicant's Exhibit A. That was the packet that you received.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Is there anybody here in the audience that is for or against this variance? All right. Oh, come forward. Please state your name.
My name is Michael Klein, and I own the lot directly south behind this property.
Okay.
I find the variance to be very normal, and I'm a contractor myself, and sometimes these minuscule things happen. Sometimes surveyors are fussy, and sometimes when they do a survey, they'll measure to the foundation of the building, and sometimes they'll measure to the trim of the building, and that can make an inch or 2 difference. But I find this to be a very unfortunate error, but it was not intended and should be corrected. Thank you
very much. All right, we'll give you guys the last word if you choose to do so.
Despite the hint, I'll just say under tab 12, which is the Walton County Engineering right-of-way review, they found no impact on the right-of-way. It was a comment on the driveway, just something to watch out for. So that was the item from engineering.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have one last comment. It's not necessarily for you, but it's more for planning, and I should have said this to planning when you were up here. But, we've seen this before, and it's something I've mentioned before, but I don't understand why we, Walton County Planning, why don't building official perhaps, why don't we require a foundation survey and make that sort of a
It is required, I can answer that.
But I mean, timing-wise, make that a requirement before we go vertical.
The testimony tonight was that when they went for their CO inspection, they were advised that they did not provide the foundation survey, and I think that was just because they're self-building. I think most contractors in Walton County know to get that foundation survey done as soon as that concrete block goes in so that they can get it to the county and get it signed off on.
So the county does it require a foundation survey before builders go vertical, or does it just suggest it?
It is not required prior to going vertical. It is definitely a strong suggestion. There is some language currently on a shelf in my office that does require it prior to going vertical. But it would violate SB 180 based on our interpretation. So potentially in the future, that'll be the direction we go.
That would be good. Thanks.
I agree. Thank you.
I think the homeowner's inexperience maybe led to that, but it is also so minor.
Yeah, I get that.
So motion to close public discussion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
I second.
You want the fence or no?
Oh, let's add the condition of the fence that the neighbor wanted?
Oh, does the neighbor want that?
Yes.
Your mic's not on.
There'll be a motion to approve the variance with the addition of a fence.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance with the addition of the fence as the neighbor wanted.
And would you attach the survey?
So just the two
part sticking
Just the
out
little
parts.
corners on the survey.
Just the part sticking over on the survey.
And I would specify that the fence needs to be 6 foot tall.
Fence needs to be 6 foot tall.
Thank you.
I'll second all of that.
Right.
That was the easy way.
Any discussion on this one? You good?
I think everybody's
Chair.
really good.
Chair, if I may just add a suggestion, just a minimum of 6 foot, and then probably I would add in a privacy type fence and not necessarily leave it up to that discretion.
No, I think that's wise that we, in addition to the minimum 6 foot, that it's a privacy fence.
Yes, what he said.
I think she wants us to
Aaron?
restate it.
Right. So the way I have it is the motion would be to approve the variance as requested, with the condition that there be a minimum 6 foot privacy fence installed. And is that on all 3 sides or just the sides?
On the 2 sides that are impacted by the
Okay,
variance.
so on the sides, so they wouldn't necessarily have to put it on the back, but they would have to put it on their sides. And then, attach the survey and the
Building footprint. For the footprint.
right, for the footprint.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, you got your variance.
Wallace.
Okay.
Never I'm printing my order.
Jason up. Next.
Yep.
Wallace.
Good evening, Board. My name is Jason Buck with Jason Buck Construction Services. I'm here representing Ann Wallace. We're asking for a variance to modify a portion of the landscape buffer that is on the south side of the property. If you look at the survey we submitted, the landscape plan, there's a 10-foot landscape buffer on the side of the house. This particular home has a side-load garage with the narrowness of this lot. It's only 53 feet wide, and the width of the house. The way the driveway is going to be designed for our owner, which is an elderly lady, to be able to enter and exit her garage, we have to use a portion of that landscape buffer for our driveway. We've modified our landscape plan based on that to provide some additional landscaping both on which would be the southeast and southwest corner to help offset this. It's kind of a hardship in the fact the way the lot's designed, the way the house is designed, the way it fits on the lot. But we're willing to make those modifications to our landscape to make this work. What we're asking is just a portion of this landscape buffer. The rear of the home will still maintain the full 10-foot buffer beyond the front of the home to the rear property line is still the very front in front of the driveway. We still maintain our 10-foot buffer. It's just a small portion where the driveway goes. That's what we're here to ask for tonight. We've modified our stormwater plan based on the new landscape design. We've uploaded a new stormwater plan as well. So, if there's anything else that you would like to see, obviously we're open to comments, suggestions. I think the intent here is and I'm not sure what the original intent for a landscape buffer only on that side was originally that was on the plat, but I think we're meeting the needs of the land development code on how we are landscaping that. And you do see a landscape design as part of our packet.
It looks like the plans were submitted with the driveway encroaching into that 10-foot.
It was originally submitted that way. That's the way our architect had originally drawn it. It went through planning. I don't know how it didn't get flagged at that time to be an issue that we are encroaching in that landscape buffer, but it got through that point, and it got to the point of nearing completion of the home when we found out that we were encroaching in this landscape buffer. And that's when we talked to our landscape engineer to modify our landscape design because of this.
All right. Do you mind if we ask the county to come up and talk about it?
All right, this is item number, item number 9 on the agenda. Wallace variance request approved by final order, project number VAR 26000001. This is a variance application submitted by Jason Buck Construction Services on behalf of Ann Wallace, requesting a variance to modify the landscape buffer on 0.3 plus or minus acres with a future land use of residential and a zoning category of neighborhood infill. The property is located in District 4 at 60 Bayou View Drive and is identified by the parcel ID in the staff report.
Jesus, is there any mechanism to allow this to move forward based on it being approved through administrative action?
You mean by the planning director?
In terms of the original BPR being approved in error?
Right. Does that hold any weight in this case? Because I know we all make mistakes.
Right. I think once we recognize the mistake, it's incumbent upon us to ensure that it's corrected, and this is an exercise to do that.
And so typically that 10-foot landscape buffer would be between platted subdivisions where you have different land use. And since these are all residential lots, would that 10-foot landscape buffer still be required?
I think, and I had that question as well, why it was originally approved, but the only thing I come up with is the difference in lot size between this one or these two that appear to have been created at the same time, and then the other abutting, and maybe that's why. But I haven't really looked into the matter enough to give you any surety here is in terms of why it's there. I
Yeah,
just
it
know it's
seems
there.
odd.
It does. It does seem a little odd. Yeah, it is a small lot, and, you know, the nature of a buffer like that is to protect aesthetics and things like that, to create that, you know, compatibility, measure of compatibility. And I would argue that in this instance, keeping it adjacent to the house probably satisfies that sort of intent in the code.
Okay.
Yeah. But it is there, and this is the way the code says it needs to be handled, so.
Jesus?
Yeah, I'd like to also note that there is a code enforcement case on this parcel, specifically for installation of a concrete retaining wall within that same landscape buffer. And I would also like for you guys to take a look at Exhibit D, specifically the environmental planner's comment, as there's quite a few items there.
If there's a code complaint, can we even hear it?
The code compliant case isn't specific to the driveway. It's just an addition to, just for you guys' background knowledge. It's a separate.
So this variance, if approved as requested, would not resolve the pending
Correct.
code enforcement matter.
So would we even want to have knowledge of that in the future?
So
To the detriment
typically,
of the applicant to have irrelevant information presented?
yeah, typically, if the variance or other action wouldn't cure the code case, it wouldn't have been brought forward. I'm not clear if the applicant is willing to remove the wall or portion of the wall within the buffer, or if that should have been part of this variance. I think if it should have been part of the variance, I would suggest a continuance to capture that.
But that wall doesn't appear to violate it's not even a retaining wall.
The landscape buffer language is pretty clear that there's very little allowed in there other than essentially a pedestrian way, and the width cannot be reduced even with that. So, yeah, if the applicant's not willing to remove the wall to come into compliance there, I would suggest a continuance to capture that in the ad, because it wasn't advertised that way, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
That would be just.
But that wall's part of its own separate code compliance case already, right?
Right, that's what it sounds like. So that could potentially cure that code case, but that's only obviously if the applicant's not willing to remove the wall outside of this process. And so I'm not sure what that looks like.
Be happy to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll give you a chance to bring that up.
Jeff,
Leave
may I
that to them.
ask-
Yeah, let's ask all the questions of Jesus that we want to hear.
So is the driveway, I'm guessing the garage is already built?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so it can't be configured so that doesn't need that wide a turn.
Correct.
I think that the wide turn's needed, right, for the individual who's residing there? Their abilities?
It's just to get a
Yeah.
car into the garage.
Yeah.
Anybody, it's not an elderly person
Okay,
issue.
I thought we heard that.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I would even argue that 22 feet is barely enough to get a car in and out of that garage. Huh. Jesus, were there any other issues you needed to bring to our attention?
Nope. Just would like to enter the staff report into the record.
Any
I've
opposition
got a
received?
question for planning.
Go for it.
So in the package, I thought I saw where it said that this variance is not the minimum variance that could be requested. Is that your position? Did I read that incorrectly? And if it is not, what would be?
That was a typo, and that came from a misunderstanding that I had that there was a encroachment into the shoreline. However, that is not the case.
Thank you.
So it's not in the, shoreline protection zone, which is one of these in the environmental comments, correct?
Correct, and I can unpack that a little more. That specific verbiage that's in quotes is specifically from the code. So I'm here to say that it is not encroaching on the shoreline protection zone.
And they didn't disturb vegetation allowed in the setback, the 25 wetland preservation area?
Correct. That's all a quote.
Okay,
The
that
only-
was disturbed or it wasn't
It was,
disturbed?
it was not.
Okay. Those are two separate.
The only item that's disturbed is the landscape buffer from that entire statement.
Okay, and number 6 says, most of the species shown on the provided landscape plan are non-native. Is that also incorrect?
No, that was the environmental planner's assessment.
Comments. Okay.
Correct.
Well, they're gonna have to replant the landscape buffer where it's been disturbed. Looking at that survey of the mean high water line to establish the coastal protection zone, it does not appear that the waterfront was surveyed to indicate the conditions in the field based on the satellite view of the structure. So that's not really part of the discussion today, but survey is incorrect. So let's enter the staff report into the record.
Exhibit 1.
Anybody else have any more questions for Jesus?
I don't know if Jesus knows this, but the question is, we talk about encroachment, but how much? Are we talking 3 feet, 5 feet? Do we have a rough idea?
And it's the full.
I know there's an arc factor here, so
It's the full 10 feet?
Yeah, it's the full 10 feet.
it's the whole, so
There's a
the whole landscape buffer is an issue.
yeah.
Okay.
And any comments from the neighbors? I didn't see any in the packet.
Not to my knowledge.
Curious who filed the code complaint.
How was the issue, how was it brought to your attention? Or brought to planning's attention?
The code case? That was part of my due diligence. I typed in this parcel ID and in the system a list of any type of permit pops up, and that's how I was able to put it in the staff report.
What about the original, this variance in particular for this driveway? Was that self-requested? Was that self-requested? Are we asking for permission or for begging for forgiveness here? You know what I mean? Like, did you ask for permission for this driveway?
Yeah,
Yeah.
their drawings that
So
they
you're-
submitted
yeah.
to the planning
So you're
department. showed the
initiating it,
driveway in
and then
that
the planning missed the fact that it was in the not planning. We, the government, missed the fact that it was in the
apparently.
Yeah.
Is
That's
this,
a factor for me.
does this change the impervious surface ratio for the property? Are they still compliant with that?
That's a great question, and kind of a hard one to answer, because technically if it was approved, and I'm just making the assumption that those calculations were reviewed at that moment in time. So if it was approved, then that would mean that they are within the ISR. So they would be compliant with the ISR.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. Okay. Is there anybody here in the audience that's here for or against this project? All right, does anybody have any more questions for Jesus? I'll give Jason the last word here.
I'll address a couple of the issues. First, the code compliant case, how this all kind of got started. So we were nearing probably 75% completion on the home, and of course, we're on the water, so we have the rear setback. And the owner had asked for a little bit of additional pavers in the back. So we were in the process of forming that up. And that's when code enforcement stops and, look, you're in the shoreline buffer, we can't do this. And there was 3 points in our code. That was number one. We immediately removed, they were in the process of forming, essentially. We removed the forms immediately. Number two is our silt fence had deteriorated to the point where we're well over a year in construction. We needed a new silt fence along the water line. We did that immediately. The third was the retaining wall. They said we had a retaining wall that was in a landscape buffer. And that's when we got into, they said when you have a variance. So that's how we got into the whole process of asking for the variance. The driveway as built and as shown on the drawings is how we submitted it, to planning originally. The reason for the wall, for a small retaining wall, is the elevation. We're in an AE8 zone. Our garage is, I think, 8.4 feet. Natural grade is around 5 feet. So we've got about a 4 foot, 3.5 to 4 foot elevation change to go into the driveway. So again, with a side-load garage, we can't have, that steep to be able to turn and get into the garage. So along that southern property line, we came in with a retaining wall that comes from nothing up to about 3 feet, 3 to 4 feet on that section up to her front door. From there, it goes back to natural grade. To answer your question on the landscape buffer, we are not taking the entire property 10-foot landscape buffer. It's only the section where the driveway is. You look at the landscape plan or the survey, once you get past the wall where the front door is to the rear property, to the shoreline, the 10-foot landscape buffer is in its entirety. It's in the very beginning of the property, as you look, the driveway kind of makes a turn. That landscape buffer is in its full 10-foot entirety. It's just the section where the driveway and sidewalk exist that we need to utilize a portion of that landscape buffer. So we're not taking the entire thing. We're not trying to.
And how many feet is that?
Yeah, that was really my question. I know you're not taking the whole
Probably
thing.
60 feet total in length of the property, which the property is around 300 feet, 280, something like that, total depth.
That's kind of what I was getting.
So,
Okay,
yeah, it's just a
thank you.
portion of it.
60 out of 300.
It's not the entire thing.
You said
exactly.
you said you had replaced it in other places. Was it like a 1-for-1 replacement?
What's that? I'm sorry?
You said you would replace the landscape buffer in other areas where you could.
We haven't done the landscaping yet. We stopped.
Okay.
And when the code enforcement thing came apart and we knew we'd had to do the variance, we stopped. We haven't done anything with the landscaping to this point until we got to here to see what we need to do.
Okay.
So is it your understanding that if the variance is granted, that would resolve any potential code, or you believe that all the code matters have been resolved?
The code matters, the two minor things, which was the sidewalk and the silt fence, that was taken care of immediately. And code, I can't remember the gentleman's name we dealt with. He's been back out there. They've been out there and seen that we haven't done any additional work. They came by, I've been in communication with him a couple times. And the whole retaining wall, landscape buffer is how we got into the variance situation now.
But you don't need more time to add this to it and
It wasn't my understanding that the retaining wall was, the issue was we were in the landscape buffer.
I don't want to bootstrap it onto this either.
Yeah, I'm gonna argue that the retaining wall is necessary for the function of the driveway. So if we're gonna.
It absolutely is.
Give a
It would not
variance
work
for the
without it.
driveway to impact the landscape buffer, that would include the necessary retaining wall from the street to the motor court.
Correct.
Yeah, if I may, I agree with
Yeah.
you there. That would be considered a piece of infrastructure, if you will, for the access there.
Yeah, the way I read, I think it's part of the vehicular use area.
Right.
The retaining wall would be part of that.
That's right. So that's what I was going to clarify my previous statement, based on the pictures in here and really the code. I think the way that the variance request was written, that it captures both components. Excuse me. So
Perfect.
I think it's good to go.
That's great. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, sir. Got
Any
any
other
other
questions for Jason?
one more question.
Yes, sir.
So, so this driveway, from the driveway to the property line, the driveway you're proposing, this addition into the landscape buffer, what is the distance from the farthest point towards the property line? What's the distance from that edge of the driveway, the new driveway? What would that be to the property line?
Which direction, I guess?
Well, the shortest
Outside?
distance, shortest one. Which direction would be the shortest? And what would that distance approximately be? How much setback have we got there from the edge of the driveway
From,
to the property?
I guess I'm lost on which direction we're looking at. As you come up to the driveway? towards
No,
the-
as you're in your car,
Okay.
you're driving down the driveway, and you're arcing into the garage.
Okay, yes, sir.
How close do you get to the parking lot in your car? And how close do you get to the property line while you're doing that arc into the garage?
It would probably be 4 feet to 5
Okay.
feet from the property line on that.
Can you put
sharpest part of the
additional
turn.
landscaping in that 4 to 5 feet?
Absolutely.
That
And-
would
and
help
we
the
actually
neighbor.
showed that on our landscape plan, that we would put low shrubs. So
Yeah.
she did back up a little further. Say you're coming out of your garage and
Yeah.
you're not, I know everybody has backup cameras now, but that way, rather than tall trees. But yeah, absolutely. We had planned on landscaping the entire length of the driveway on the upper side as well as the lower side of the retaining wall, which encompasses that section of buffer that we're asking to utilize a portion of for the driveway.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I think this is what you're asking.
And so that portion would be about 2 feet or 3 feet?
About 3 feet for the landscape, I would say. And that still gives, I think, adequate room for her to make that turn for a vehicle into the garage.
For how long?
Here.
Yeah.
Hayward, if we were to grant it in the manner that Jeff proposes, how does that play with the code compliance matter? If we deem that wall necessary,
Well, there's a few more things we're gonna have to do with the variance, motion to resolve that.
Yeah, I
But
think
I'll-
there would have to be some sort of finding that the variance would apply to that. So
Okay.
it would take out
Yeah.
the I guess the opportunity for code to sort of encompasses not only the driveway, but the infrastructure to support the driveway, which I guess is the, but
Right, but anything that's beyond the motor court, there's retaining wall and stairs that are in that buffer beyond what is needed for the motor court. We will probably need to have that removed.
okay. Well, and obviously the board will need to discuss that, and I think that could be a remainder that if those don't get removed, if that's the ultimate result, then code could still bring a code case. I'm not familiar with the code case. I haven't seen the any of the facts or anything like that. So, I mean, that would be something that once this board decides what, if any, variance it decides to provide, they'll need to take that, show it to code, probably get with planning, square it with everybody, and then go from there.
You good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Motion to close public discussion.
motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, do we have a motion?
Motion's Jeff.
You want me to make the motion? I'm gonna make the motion. So, I think the minimum, requirement to satisfy the code, enforcement case and to provide ingress, egress to the garage would be to allow the retaining wall, fill dirt and motor court as currently constructed to remain up until the western boundary of the garage. And everything from the garage towards the water that encroaches on the 10-foot landscape buffer should be removed. It was originally approved that way by the county and submitted that way by Doherty Architects, where they did not show those steps and the wall encroaching into that 10-foot setback. So this is to allow the design to function as originally submitted and approved by the county. It's my opinion that would resolve the code case.
The part you're recommending him remove, Jeff, is that part of what they accidentally approved though?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
Their landscape architect created some additional steps. That's that next photo. One more. Sorry, we closed the public discussion, but there, you can see that the original drawings didn't include those steps in the 10-foot landscape buffer.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
So the pictures show that they're constructing it according to Alan Holt's drawing, where I guess it was there on Exhibit C. You can see those steps being built from the corner of the house to the property line to go down. And so those were not on the original plans. And that area has that big arc where it wasn't intended for that to be part of the motor court. So this is the, on Exhibit C, where we have the fill dirt in the retaining wall here. I think that is crucial to the performance of the driveway. So let me know if I need to clarify that motion.
Is there anything, I know there had been mention of some landscaping, and were you just gonna leave that to planning?
So I'm happy to clarify that in the language of the variance, where the 10-foot landscape buffer from the motor court down the side of the house should be restored with native plantings in accordance with the environmental comments that were provided. So a restored native buffer.
That would be for second, that's the.
Second that.
Anybody want to discuss this? Good.
I think that, restored native plant buffer makes it more palatable, but I do think it's a 7-foot encroachment for 60 feet into a setback, and that's considerable.
It's probably closer to a 9-foot encroachment into a 10-foot landscape buffer, if we're being honest.
Right, but for 60 feet.
That's right.
Yeah, but so, just to be clear, it's not into the setback per se, because the driveway can go into a setback. It's into a landscape buffer.
Right.
Which is, the landscape buffer is a little, like we talked about, it's a little unique in this case.
It's very unusual for there to be a 10-foot landscape buffer between adjacent residential properties like this. I think the hardship is that they made the application and built the house, and they're only now realizing that a mistake was made. And so I think we're doing the best we can to clean this up. Right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay, sorry.
All right. You got your variance.
Yeah. No, Charlie.
All right.
Charlie.
Number 10.
Just returning it to what was originally approved.
And we've got outs for 10.
Everybody leaves unhappy. We've done our job. You must be Mark Douglas.
I am.
All right, let's
Thank you
hear
very
it.
much. Thank you, Board. So I've been a property owner in Walton County for over 6 years and a full-time resident for over 2. We recently purchased property at 108 San Roy Road to build our new primary residence. This is a legally created single-family residential lot within a residential neighborhood. Before purchasing the property, we conducted multiple pieces of due diligence. We contacted county planning, we did the survey, we did title work, we reviewed the deed, we did everything we could to understand the entire setbacks for the building envelope. We were informed at that time that because it's on a dune lake, there is a rear setback in place. And that's based on a formula of how deep the property is. So we were well aware of that. Based on all the information we received, we completed the purchase, and I immediately began my architectural review, or architectural design process. At that point, we finished the house design, and I actually went and received a permit to demolish the current residence on the house, but I did not follow through with that yet. I wanted to make sure with my architect that the new plans were going to be approved. So we submitted for a pre-application. At that time, the county came back to us and told us that there was a 33-foot historic right-of-way in front of the property. This right-of-way was not reflected on title work, deed, survey, or my phone calls, which we reasonably relied on. It was only during this development review and 4 months of architectural design that we learned this right-of-way even existed. At that point, we were told that the 20-foot front setback was actually going to be compounded on top of the 33-foot right-of-way. So when combined, this resulted in a 53-foot effective front setback. When that compounded front setback is applied with the required dune lake rear setback, the buildable envelope becomes significantly constrained for this legally created residential lot. This condition was not self-created. It results with the interaction between the historic land patent right-of-way and the current setback measurement method used by the Land Development Code. We're not requesting additional density, height, or other changes in permitted use. We're not seeking to build within the historic right-of-way, and we're not requesting any relief from environmental protections. This right-of-way remains intact. The dune lake rear setback will remain intact. All other setbacks remain intact. The issue is strictly how the front setback is being measured. For clarity, I did upload a document showing neighboring roads that all do have the same similar historic right-of-way. And on that document, I measured where those homes are positioned. I'm not sure if that document made it to you guys or not, but I do have a couple copies if not. And those houses are on San Roy Road and Beachside Drive, which once again have that same exact right-of-way language from the historic right-of-way. So we are seeking relief in allowing construction to align with the edge of the 33-foot right-of-way, such as the similar houses along that corridor. This represents the minimum relief necessary to allow our residential use while preserving the intent of the Land Development Code. There will be no impact on traffic, public safety, or neighborhood character. And we're not going to request for a cell phone antenna to be built on the property either. But that's my request.
Go ahead.
So you said there's other homes that have, are they built up to the 33-foot line?
Yes, so multiple homes are
on the same street?
Yes, in fact, there's a brand new home being constructed right now on Beachside Drive, which is on the corner of San Roy, and it's measured 24 foot. So technically that's actually inside of this land, of this right-of-way that exists. So the other houses that I've measured, one was 6 feet, 2 are 33 feet, one is 36 foot, and one is 37 feet. So those are all significantly inside of the 53 foot.
53 feet is what they all ought to be, and that's what the county is holding you to.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm gonna ask Stephen to come up and talk about what's happening on San Roy, because at one point in time, the county did allow people to use the right-of-way as the setback. And so when you look at that satellite view of the homes that encroach into the 20-foot setback, they were allowed to do that up until a certain point. And then that rule changed And so now we've got a mix of different
I was told something along the lines of, years ago, there was a rule change, and it was originally not supposed to be compounded, but then they were going to add the two together. And at that point, they were supposed to send out certified letters to everybody. So I contacted the people that we bought the property from, and they said they had no knowledge of any change, but obviously there must have been a change somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was 2018.
No, it was closer to 23 in that time frame when the language was added to the code that the setbacks had to be pulled off of any access easements.
But they were enforcing that before 2023.
There was some enforcement. It just was not. It was a policy prior to it being codified, and it was maybe 22, but it was in that time frame when it was memorialized in the code. And the board has reviewed at least one variance on this road since that change as well.
Yeah, I think we've seen 3 or 4 now on San Roy.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've obviously been in front of the board, but just I know that I brought one before a couple of years ago. So
one of which was the parcel down at the end that the county ended up purchasing for the beach access. They actually applied to get the 20-foot setback removed and were denied.
Yeah, I mean, just so, mainly for Mr. Wells, for the public as well, but just because a variance may have been granted on another property does not set a precedent. You have to look at each variance request on its own merits. So regardless if one was granted down the road, doesn't mean this board is required to grant another one adjacent or in the same neighborhood at least. You're supposed to look at what facts and testimony you receive. While that can be helpful, and I'm not suggesting the board can't take those things into consideration, that is not some sort of, magic silver bullet that says, oh, you gave it to them, you got to give it to me.
Right.
Yeah, we know. Thank you.
But it's more often than not, it is no. And there was a project in Inlet Beach where I also had a client who used land engineering services to do their survey work, and they did not correctly identify the pins on the site or locate the 33-foot right-of-way. And so my owner thought that they had a lot more buildable footprint than they did, and they also asked for a variance and were denied. And so they had to build a much smaller footprint, but with the 50-foot height limit, they were ultimately able to get the amount of house that they needed on that parcel. I was checking the math on your setback from the lake.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to double check that.
They told us 33 feet from the rear is what we are. That's why this envelope gets squished quite a lot, with 53 in the front and 33 in the back.
Yep, my math is saying 34.8. So
I guess
double check that.
Okay, will do.
If I could just add, excuse me, and I think you initially sort of alluded to it when you asked me a question, but there are currently projects, county-sponsored projects that may or may not be occurring in this right-of-way in the not-too-distant future. I know that the board appears to be kind of considering removing any development potential relating to that outfall area. That's kind of been a hot-button issue for the community. So I just want to make the board aware that while there were plans, it seems to have been sort of put on a shelf for now. But until they make a final decision, it's not clear what will or may not happen in that area. So
yes, that's a whole other story. So as soon as we found out about that right-of-way, I immediately went and did another month's worth of research, contacting every single department in the county except for the county commissioners. No department had any reference, Public Works, nobody had any knowledge of anything. And then it wasn't until like a week after I did all that is when we found out that there was a BCC meeting to discuss potentially building out that new parcel on the beach. And the latest is, from what my knowledge is, that was scrapped. And now Dan Curry is trying to put language together to turn that into a protection piece of property so it will never be developed in the future by any other future BCC as well. So because of all that, there's zero use or intent, and that was after a massive public outcry as well, to do nothing with San Roy Road and nothing with that out parcel.
Does anybody else have any more questions for Mark? All right, we'll give you a chance to come back.
Very good.
Let's have the county come on up.
Hi, good evening. I'm Bridgette Clements, first-time caller, long-time listener. I'm presenting item number 10, the Douglas Variance. Request to approve by final order project number VAR 26-000004, which is being reviewed by me. This is a variance application submitted by Mark Douglas requesting a variance for the front setback reduction on a 0.2 plus or minus acres with the future land use of residential and the zoning category of neighborhood infill. The property is located in District 5 at 108 San Roy Road and is identified as the parcel number in the staff report. Can I please enter the staff report into the record?
Does that include the additional, the pieces that were left on the dais?
Yes, and I'm gonna add those in to the record. The first thing is Exhibit I. I didn't get it in on time, but it's the environmental review, so I had a placeholder in the staff report, and then it was submitted today. And then also the neighbors, or I don't specifically know where they live, the community members, I have received 5 emails not supporting this variance. And I have those there for you. I would like to add those to the record as well.
All right, so we'll add the report along with the additional items that Ms. Clements just went over, all as county's Exhibit 1.
So this is a request to approve by variance, variance from section 5.00.03, letter B, number 5, specifically when a property is encumbered by access easement, building setbacks shall be measured from the easement line, not the property line. Unless evidence is presented to the contrary, the request for variance does not appear to satisfy the minimum requirements of section 1.1603 of the Land Development Code. And then I also have in the engineering comments there because it was, I feel like, important because we're trying to vary from the right-of-way.
Take it they're not in favor. Do you have any questions for Bridgette? Anybody else have any more questions? Thank you.
Best case scenario.
Is there anybody in the audience tonight who is here for or against this variance request? Okay, I'll give you the last word.
So I guess I messed up by not telling the neighbors to send in their comment, because after my letter went out, I have received at least 10 phone calls from neighbors in full support, just asking for clarity what I was talking about, what the variance request was, and they were in full support of it. When we first started this meeting, you, Jeff, you mentioned that this variance board is meant for people in a troubling predicament. Well, everything that I've experienced throughout this shows that this was nothing self-created. We did all the possible due diligence we could have, including phone calls and emails to the county planning department verifying the 20-foot front setback before I purchased this expensive piece of property. And Chris, you mentioned earlier on that another applicant today, they purchased a property knowing full right what the restrictions and constraints were when purchasing that property. I have showed here that we did not know that with this piece of property. We relied on title work, the deed, the survey, everything that was provided to us to research this piece of property before we started this project. And you know, furthermore, I was hesitant to bring and upload this paper because I do know what was mentioned earlier as far as the neighbors' houses are not relevant to each individual variance. So I don't know if it's relevant for me to hand these out or for you guys, if you guys do have this. But of the 10 houses, you know, 5 or 6 of them are built up to that right-of-way line. So my construction does not change the neighborhood look or feel, or has no negative impact outside of maybe one neighbor who did not apply for variance, who built their house in it's a very squished format. But once again, we have that rear setback from the dune lake that is completely, you know, when you add that to a 53 feet, it completely squashes the desired outlook of this house. And not just desired outlook, but it makes it restrictive for any general usage of what one would want for designing a house.
I would submit those, if you will. I do actually think that there's an element of consistency in adjudicatory proceedings that matter. So let Hayward mark it. He probably needs to.
Yeah, we'll just mark that as applicant's Exhibit A.
Did you need one? Yeah.
And that does show one of the houses is brand new under construction, and that one is within the right-of-way, which everything that I've learned, you know, the right-of-way is not supposed to be touched whatsoever, which is why my variance request was limited to right outside of that right-of-way.
If I can get one of those so we can make sure Taryn has, just when you're done.
Yeah, I apologize for not printing enough.
What year did you build the house?
It's
not build it. What year did you buy the property?
We just bought it last year.
Last year.
Yeah, we bought it last year. Immediately went with the architect. Spent 4 months designing this house. Got the demolition permit to remove the old house, and that was supposed to be done in December. And that's when we found out that this problem happened. So we put everything on pause until we're here today.
A full set of permit drawings for this.
We did not do the engineering yet. We did a pre-development review. I guess Chris from Archiscapes was able to submit that, showing the footprint, showing the desired outlook. And I will add that once again, everything else would still have to go through permitting. So we are aware of the impervious measurements, and that is still intact as well. So nothing else changes.
Chris wasn't aware of the setback being applied to
Negative.
the right-of-way, or the survey just didn't show the
He was
right-of-way at all?
unaware of it in this area. The survey did not show it. The deed doesn't show it. The title work doesn't show it. Nothing shows this historic right-of-way. And apparently, I mean, you guys might know this, but apparently this is not common knowledge necessarily, but it's a common problem, I guess, where these historic right-of-ways that were given by the federal government, when the government decided to sell off their property, they put this language in. And I have a copy of I just brought one copy of the language from the Bureau of Land Management. And it's just a cookie cutter sentence that says that there's a 33-foot right-of-way reserved for utilities or roadway. So that's just a cookie cutter language that was in there in hundreds of different pieces of property when the government got rid of them.
Yes.
If this is on a corridor where there's going to be a 4-lane road or some major expansion, it would make total sense. But this is a road that has 10 houses on it, dead ends at the beach.
I have a question for the county. Stephen, is there a reason why someone who sounds like made a pretty prudent search wouldn't be able to locate this information?
No, it's not clear to me. I can count on probably half the hands in this room combined, how many times something like this occurs. You know, we get an instrument in from a surveyor, and they don't identify a patent easement. It gets kicked around for a while. Somebody finally figures it out one way or the other. And then, you know, there's a mess to clean up, unfortunately. A lot of these things just fly under the radar for one reason or another.
And that's the problem, because usually usually easements, or they will follow the paper trail. They will be on your deed. So when future sellers or future buyers buy the piece of property, it is clearly indicated on there. But with these land patents, they file them once in, I don't know, 1947, and it's not filed locally. It's just filed with the BLM website, and it just disappears.
Go ahead.
When did county find out about it?
When we put in the preliminary approval, we wanted to make sure everything was approved, our impervious measurements and the footprint. We submitted it with Chris.
I'm just wanting to know how they found out about it.
So if it wasn't on, the question I think is, if it wasn't on, you weren't able to find it.
Mm-hmm. No, I was not.
How were you able to find it?
The county surveyor probably got involved.
That's more than likely. The county surveyor or engineer, Public Works may have recognized it once they started their review. That wouldn't have been something that the planner that this gentleman spoke with would have recognized without having a survey in front of them, or not having experience with this particular right-of-way. So, yeah.
So it's likely the planning department had sort of just knowledge that was not something that the public would necessarily have.
Right. So if someone calls and they ask what the front setback is for a particular piece of property, it's 20 foot. If it's a residential piece of property, they'll probably look at an approved DO or something along those lines. And if an easement's not found in our typical search engines, if you will, then sometimes it's picked up later. Sometimes it's never picked up. It's unfortunate to this gentleman's point, that these things aren't more widely known. I'm hesitant to say that I'm certainly not saying that it's planning's fault in any way. We don't have records of all the easements, in front of our all of our planners, right? So that's why it was caught probably by Public Works or surveyor or engineering. Unfortunately, after this gentleman went through some work, so.
And normally title search would indicate this as well, but our title search did not even show this.
Yeah, and that's actually, unfortunately, not uncommon, where we get title work in that doesn't recognize it, and then our surveyor says, wait a minute, there is a right-of-way there, which is sort of strange, but it does occur.
That's why you have things approved by planning, right? So that
Well, that's why there's a process,
issues-
right? There's
Right.
multiple folks that review these things, and these things generally float to the surface.
My personal experience with this was that the surveyor did not create a correct survey for you. And anytime that your legal description includes one of those original government parcels, that is a red flag that, hey, I need to double check that, whether it has that 33 feet or not. And so, I feel for you. I totally empathize with what you're going through, because I've been there. And when we had the parcel resurveyed, we got it all cleaned up with the right information, and so the right surveyor makes a huge difference. Unfortunately, there's doesn't seem to be a list of approved surveyors that people need to use in the county, but the one that you used would not be my recommendation.
Yeah, I would assume if there was a surveyor that has known problems, I would assume that maybe he would not be a surveyor still, or there'd be pings on his record or something. It's crazy, yeah.
Does anybody else have any more questions? last word?
I covered it as much as I could.
All right, motion to close public discussion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, board.
You. All right, do we have a motion?
What did we do on the last one?
Denied.
We have our discussion still, right? Or we need a motion in the discussion? Okay, so I'll just put the motion to approve the variance. That way we can get to the discussion.
I'll second for discussion.
Margaret, go ahead.
Okay, I wouldn't have gone that way. I feel like what you were talking about with the houses all being the same, and you see that sometimes in neighborhoods. I know that when we built our house, the neighbor's house is a lot closer to the water than ours is, but we had to adhere to the setbacks that were in place at the time. And engineering doesn't support it. I don't see the hardship. So yeah, I would not vote to approve.
I do see the hardship. It seems to sound like the man done a lot of due diligence before he went to this route. And then after he done all his due diligence, kind of found out, and then come to find out when it goes back to the county that somebody finds it just luckily before he gets the permit. But it seems like he done a lot of work.
I think he's done his due diligence, but I also think the county did their part in making sure that the 33-foot setback was there, so.
Hey, we still got 4 more to go, I think.
The 10-minute break before I talk. No, I think that you've done a significant amount of diligence. I am one of the lawyers up here and said the only thing that keeps coming to my mind is notice, and we would say that Sunpone would have actual or constructive notice of an idea or a rule, but here it seems like it's very difficult to find this information. It's not actually known, seemingly, and it seems like it's not constructively known, or it would have been unearthed through a number of searches. At some point it would turn up. And so, I think that part of me thinks, as you're looking at it and evaluating a property to buy, build, do whatever, the information you have in front of you, you rely on it, especially if you've expended significant resources. And I think that there's an importance to that reliant interest. And so, I think it's a tough call, but from what it looks like here on the map, doesn't look like everyone is set as far back as his is. There's some that are set closer, and so that is why I do think there is some element of consistency in it as well. And so while it's a tough call, I'm going to stick with I would approve this one.
Chris?
Yeah, you did the most you could, except you hired the wrong surveyor. And that's really it in a nutshell.
Yeah, I feel really bad for you. I empathize with you and Chris Stoyles. He's entitled to rely upon the accuracy of the survey he was provided to design the house. And just doing some rough math, the building footprint, when the setback is applied correctly to the 33-foot right-of-way, you have a 44-foot deep on the east side and a 59-foot deep on the west side by 69-foot wide building envelope. And that is huge by Walton County standards. When you go with a 3-4 story house, you can get a considerable amount of structure on that lot when the setback is correctly applied. And I think the Zoning Board of Adjustment's position has been that continuing to approve homes that go to the right-of-way line is only increasing that nonconformity of the older homes that were built too far into the street area. And so I think that given the amount of space that's available to build on that lot, that would not constitute a hardship.
I'm gonna just agree with pretty much what everybody else has said. I mean, it'd just be more repetition.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the variance?
Aye, I'll give him that.
Opposed? Nay.
Okay.
So we have 4-3 against, so you did.
Mr. Rushing, Charlie, and Mr. Story.
So the variance has failed. So I think you have 30 days from when I sign that order.
Yeah, and as we did before, and I think I know how the vote will end up, but if we can go ahead and just have an affirmative vote to deny the variance. So like we did on the other one that we did earlier tonight. So
I'll make a motion to deny the variance.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
Nay.
thank you.
Mark, you have 30 days to appeal that decision. Right. Taylor Bracewell?
Actually, I'm Erin Strickland, representing Parker Kropenick on behalf of Affordable Homes.
Got it.
Go ahead and get started.
Yeah, can you spell your name?
It's Aaren and Strickland like the propane.
Thank you.
All right. Members of the board, tonight we are seeking approval of a dimensional setback variance from the required rear and side yard setbacks in order to install a new manufactured home measuring 43.75 feet in total length, including a 6-foot open porch. This new home is to be on a legally platted lot located at 50 West Bradley Street, Lot 13, within the Magnolia RV Park of Destin subdivision. The parcel has a recorded depth of approximately 72.33 feet. Under the current residential zoning district standards, the lot is subject to a 20-foot front setback and a 15-foot rear setback, resulting in a combined setback requirement of 35 feet. This leaves a maximum buildable depth of approximately 37.33 feet. The proposed structure exceeds this buildable depth by approximately 6.42 feet. As a result, strict application of the Land Development Code renders compliance physically unattainable and prevents the placement of any reasonably sized residential structure on the property. The Magnolia RV Park of Destin subdivision was originally developed with reduced setbacks and compact lot configurations as documented in the 2007 recorded surveys within Official Records Book 2780, page 3523. Many existing homes within the subdivision encroach upon or are positioned very near their respective property lines due to the historical development pattern. The requested variance is therefore consistent with the established built form and will not alter neighborhood character or intensity. The applicant is requesting only the minimum setback relief necessary to accommodate the proposed home. No changes to the permitted residential use, density, or non-residential development intensity are proposed. Approval of this variance is necessary to allow reasonable residential use of the property and to maintain compatibility with surrounding development. So a note about the existing site conditions. According to the Walton County Property Appraiser, this lot contains .064 acres and is approximately 38.6 feet wide and 72.33 feet deep. It's identified with RV Park 2810 land use coding. The property is currently occupied by the owner as a full-time residence in his RV, which is actually a fifth wheel in the neighborhood, which is lawfully located on the lot. The site includes an existing concrete pad, established utilities, and access, reflecting long-standing residential use. I would also like to note that this residential vehicle is the only one in the entire park. Everyone else has park models or manufactured homes. The intent of the proposed manufactured home is to place it on the existing concrete pad, and no expansion of the developed footprint, residential density, or intensity of use is proposed. Our proposed development, the applicant proposes installation of a modest manufactured home with a total length of 43.75 feet, which includes a 6-foot open porch. The porch is not heated or cooled living space and does not increase the conditioned square footage of the home. The primary living portion of the home is comparable in size to, and in some cases smaller than, other homes within the subdivision. The intent for the home is to be secured and placed on the existing concrete pad, utilizing existing utilities and access, and will not increase residential density or alter the established use of the property. A note about the consistency with the surrounding properties in the neighborhood. Review of the 2007 recorded surveys reveals that nearly all homes in the Magnolia RV Park of Destin subdivision are positioned within a few feet of property boundaries. Many actually lie in the current setbacks. Many contain porches, decks, or accessory structures extending near the lot lines and within setback requirements. No lot meets modern residential setback standards. In addition, several existing homes within the subdivision occupy wider building footprints than our proposed manufactured home. The proposed structure is therefore not larger or more intensive than surrounding development, and in some cases, it is smaller in overall width and mass. The requested variance is consistent with the established development pattern and will not alter neighborhood character or negatively impact adjacent properties. Compliance with variance approval criteria. The applicant satisfies all required criteria under the Walton County Land Development Code. 1, hardship not self-created. The lot's depth and original compact configuration predate current zoning standards. 2, the hardship results from strict application of current setbacks. The required setbacks eliminate all reasonable building options. 3, minimum variance necessary. Relief of approximately 6.42 feet is the smallest adjustment needed. 4, no detrimental impacts. The request matches the surrounding built environment. And 5, no special privilege. The applicant seeks the same functional building envelope historically present throughout this subdivision. The proposed home represents a modest replacement of an existing full-time use residential home with the intent to place the home on the concrete pad that's already there and requires only minimal setback relief. For these reasons, we respectfully request the approval of our variance.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Is it going to be tied down like a regular mobile home?
Correct, yes. And it's built to Wind Zone 3 standards as opposed to Wind Zone 2 standards. 110 sustained winds.
Where is this subdivision?
Magnolia RV Park, it's just south of US 98 on West Bradley Street.
Well, Miramar Beach.
Correct.
So we're still in Walton County. That I don't think that it's 110 miles an hour there. That windborne debris region is about 130 miles an hour.
I would have to find out about that. Our wind zone ratings for manufactured homes go up to Wind Zone 3.
Okay. Well, I guess the building department will weigh in on that if the variance passes. guess, let's hear from the county, and then I'll give you the last word.
I had a question. When did it separate out? Like, originally it was a RV park?
Correct.
And like there was a
So
common owner for all
in
of them?
2007 is when it got subdivided or platted into 16 individual lots.
Okay, and it pre-existed that as just a standard park for
RV park.
RVs.
Correct, Magnolia RV Park, which the name still resides, but 4 out of the 16 lots are currently coded as mobile home 0200, whereas 12 of the remaining lots are considered RV Park 2810.
This is item number 11, Kropenick Variance, request to approve by final order. Project number VAR 26-00006 is being reviewed by myself, Bridgette Clements. This is a variance application submitted by Affordable Homes on behalf of Patrick Kropenick, requesting a variance to reduce the required single-family rear setback by 5 feet and south side setback by 2.5 feet on the 0.06 acres with the future land use of residential and zoning category of neighborhood infill. The property is located in District 4 at 50 West Bradley Street and is identified by the parcel number in the staff report.
I had a question about, because we oftentimes hear variances for mobile home structures, RV structures to be placed on lots, and I believe that there's a conditional use application for that. If this has been now platted as a standard subdivision with standard lot setbacks, that I'm wondering if that conditional use for an RV home would apply in this case.
So I don't believe that is an option in this particular zoning district. If you're specifically referring to the temporary RV use permit, that wouldn't be applicable, but unless the code grants a conditional use approval process in this zoning district for that use, then it wouldn't be an option. So here, I think the staff report recognizes that there is some hardship held in the size of the lot, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the best option they had.
Okay.
The parcel and all the parcels in this neighborhood was created by judicial partition judgment. So it's not like a traditional, you can't go find the plat. Like there's not a plat to look up. And that's why I included the entire packet, because you can see that all the other houses are pretty much on the property lines, and it was cut substantially under the density that it would have been. Like if we reviewed it today, it's 1:8. And this is 0.06 acres, so it's pretty unfortunately small.
Yeah.
And the mobile homes, I do believe a lot of them were already there when this happened. And there are, like she said, I think a couple RVs left, but for the most part, it's mobile homes, little ones.
Did you receive any opposition?
No, but I did talk to the HOA and HOA person. I'm not sure if it was the president or who exactly. She was working with Patrick because they have covenants and restrictions for their RV park. But she said she was working with him, and I made it clear to make sure that whatever you're asking for is gonna, fit within it. And she said that they were working together to make sure that the request works with both. And that was the only phone call I received.
Okay.
So she was supportive.
Yeah.
So all the mobile homes that are out there now, are they considered, or manufactured homes, whatever you want to call them, are they grandfathered in then from those things? Are those considered grandfathered in? Because I don't know that we've ever heard or seen one of these come before.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. I mean, technically the grandfathering date in the code is 1996. So if they were placed there prior to that, then we would consider that an existing non-conforming use, which could continue in perpetuity, or be replaced even with something the same size. So if this is in fact replacing something that was there, but is exceeding the size that of the structure that was there, it would necessitate this additional approval process.
I think the other issue is this wasn't done through a traditional process. This was done through a judicial process.
Right.
That was gonna be my next question, which is, wouldn't that be the deciding factor of what is permissible and not?
Right. I mean, I think the judicial process could break up the properties, but I don't know, I didn't see anything in here where the court was setting specific setbacks. So like in a traditional subdivision, you would generally put in the plat the setbacks to either be approved, or you would conform those to what the county has at the time that the plat is approved. Here, you know, the court just broke it up into lots and didn't go through that
So
process.
these lots, they don't get surveyed, they don't get platted?
I mean, if something like this came in today, it certainly would go through our development order and plating processes, but being that this was something that was created, again, judicially, it was not something that came through our process.
So let's just talk about this Magnolia, what's it called? RV Park. Magnolia RV Park. Are any of those 16 lots, in quote, are they platted, and are any of the 16 platted and any of the 16 surveyed?
No, it looks like they're all
surveyed.
Okay. And what do the surveys say for the other ones for the setbacks?
Not on
The
setbacks
surveys
aren't
don't have
clear.
the setback.
Well, then there are no setbacks.
They're the typical setbacks in our code is how we're treating it. That's why we're here.
Right.
Not sure we should be treating it that way, but go ahead.
Have you seen all of these surveys from 2007 that Bridgette put in the package? Well, the thing that's remarkable to me is none of them appear to conform to the county standard setbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I got that.
Right.
That from the discussion that none of the what are the RV, what do you call them?
Park
Park
models.
homes.
Yeah, none of the RV park homes comply to the current standards.
Right. So the code has allowances in particular situations for reductions and setbacks. This isn't necessarily one of them. So it wasn't platted prior to June of 75. Certainly would meet the size restrictions or the limitations, but you know, this situation is unique and is not addressed in the code. So the best way to approach these things is unfortunately through an additional review process with the ZBA.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
That's right.
All right.
I would think that this situation may lend itself to not necessarily in this application, but an umbrella sort of variance, potentially in the future if that were brought forward. So, but currently that's not the situation.
So they're just trying to fit in with everything else in the neighborhood.
They're just trying to put a little house on
Yeah.
there, manufactured home.
All right. Does anybody have any more questions for Bridgette?
I do.
Thank you.
We enter the staff report into the record.
If we didn't, we can enter that in
Thank you.
now. Exhibit 1, county.
Is there anybody here in the audience that would like to speak for or against? Come on up.
Oh, it's been a long night.
State your name for the record.
Veronica McCormick, and I am on the board of Magnolia Park RV. And we want Parker to have his home. We do. We have one issue, and I'm not really sure what I heard Bridgette say about the offset on the south side, which is the long length of the house. On this portion that we just received a couple days ago, it was not submitted to the board. It was just sent, registered to the mail. I never received it. Some people did, some people didn't. But this does not conform with the look of the park. When you come into our park, all of the houses are on the pad. If you are coming in on the right side, your house faces north, and the house is right on the end of the concrete pad. It's not set back off of that, because they're small, the pads are small. The person on that house has about 30 inches of their land on this side of the house. Then the house goes that way. What they have proposed here, unless it was changed, is 5 feet. Unfortunately, by doing that, you have 30 inches, and then the house should start, but instead it goes back, including that 30 inches, 5 feet. None of them look like that. It's going to make that house look very strange because it's going to be set back. The worst part is our utilities come in, the water and the sewer comes in to the park all together. They're not separated to each house. So this, if it sets back that far, instead of being plumbed in like they are for all of them, that's there. My house sits here. These little inlets of water and everything immediately go underneath the skirting into the house. They're not exposed to the elements. They are not exposed to people hitting them, knocking them over. If that would happen, the whole park is, having issues. But they're proposing it going farther. There is nowhere for those pipes to go for the water and the sewer except on the pad, on the concrete, where anybody walking by could hit them. If that happens, the whole park is under. Plus, yes.
They cut the concrete and put them down below the concrete and then come up under it.
Well, then they would have to cut into our system, and that is not allowed by our documents.
You're saying that the taps are already there?
They're there. They've been there for years and years and years. When people come in, when there were RVs, all they did was take it, unscrew them, put them in. So on this, it's the same way. Your house is here. It's only just a few inches from those taps coming in. Then they do it, and then they go under the house. Yeah, there's pipes, but you don't see them. They're not going to be hit or knocked over, because it would disrupt the whole park.
So you're saying on that side of the park that all of the structures are not located on the right side, they're located on the left side?
It depends. If you are facing north, like this house would be, he's my neighbor actually, and mine faces this way. Mine is on the back side of my house. And then if you are going this way, it's on the back, but it's on this side going south. So my pipes coming in go this way, go north. This side goes south. It makes a big loop, apparently. I don't know, I can't see it.
Around the back of all the properties, not down the center?
What?
So the road is in the center of the subdivision?
The road is in the center.
So all of the water and sewer taps are coming off the center road?
Actually, I'm not sure where they go. I don't know if anybody knows.
Well, you're saying the taps are on the back side of the lot?
Yes, not on the back. It's kind of about.
The tap, ours, I think, are on the south side, and the other side of the park is on the north side. Ours face down.
But it's more toward the back, but it's not all the way back. It's not all the way back.
So he's asking to put his house on the south side of the lot.
Well, the taps are on the south side, but he would be facing north. His entrance would be north.
I guess, well, to me, the entrance is the short property line that is adjacent to the street where the curb cut is for the two parking places. And I understand that there may be another door.
I do have a picture here if you'd like to see it. I have it on my phone, and I also have it here, kind of to make it a little bit more visual as to.
Ma'am, if you're gonna speak, you need to come to the microphone. We record these and broadcast them.
Yeah, we want it housed. We just want it.
They want it to be in compliance with all the other houses. So when we drew the site plan up, we had a 5-foot side setback. What they are requesting is actually a reduction to that. They want 2.5 feet on the right-hand side because they don't want us off kilter of the existing concrete pad. This was brought to my attention tonight, or else we would have revised the site plan prior to tonight's meeting.
Okay.
You're good with what she wants.
Yeah, we're fine shifting it, absolutely.
Okay, I just
Let's
want to
do
make
it.
sure everybody's on the same page, but most of all us because we haven't been to the site. So all
Right.
we have to go by are the drawings that we're provided. So you're wanting
Like
to
to see
see
these?
the structure shifted over to a 30-foot offset to be
30
hand the
inch,
picture.
30 inch.
30 inches off that property line to be consistent with everybody else.
Yeah.
Correct.
If you want to hand the picture to Hayward, he can admit it as
Okay.
public's record #1 or something, whatever it is.
Okay.
Actually hand it to Karen,
Okay,
she'll mark
sorry.
it, and then I'll pass it around. Okay, just hold on, ma'am, just let her mark it, and then you can give a narrative when we have it. Do it, yeah, public, we'll say, A. Just do it composite, both of them.
I don't know.
I can see where the taps are noted here too.
Okay, If you go back to an RV, and that would be where you'd come out of the back of the RV.
So, what does the HOA docs cover as far as, does it just, anything related to what can be put on the lots, or is it more just?
Yeah, you can do recreational vehicles and
Did it?
But we do have one that is a park model HUD home. And then you mentioned the others, I have no idea what those were, because they all look like the same thing.
They all look similar. It's just the way the property use is annotated in the property appraiser's website.
Was the,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
were the, you said there's a homeowners association.
Yes.
Was that judicially created as well?
I can't speak to that.
When the property was subdivided by the judge, did he create a homeowners association for everybody to kind of join in?
I don't know. I don't know. I just know I've owned there since 2002, and that's when they put in park models were available, and that was done. It was subdivided when
In 2007?
Yeah, it looks like there
in
was
2002.
part of the order.
It was part of the order that.
Yeah, in addition, the parties request that this court issue final judgments, fee simple ownership, in the name of Magnolia RV Park Incorporated of Destin of the common area roadway, trash facility parcel, irrigation parcel as further described, so.
They set setbacks or anything with that? Or have any
No,
type
I
of-
mean, that's what I was looking for, and I don't,
Oh,
there's
okay.
nothing on the surveys that were recorded as
I mean,
part
like
of
if the judge made it. he
I
would
think
be-
there's no, in the absence thereof, then there is none.
Well, and I guess.
Can't infer them or try to.
I guess
create
that's
'em.
one way to look at it. I mean, the other way would be if you had a piece of property, say it was 100 acres, 50 acres, and until you decide to build on it, you're not going to be imposing any, there's not going to be setbacks imposed. So
My
I
point
mean,
was more that if like the judge created this, the HOA, and he's kind of giving them authority to govern a little bit therein when he's doing that.
Yeah, and that goes to kind of my thought process was, do the HOA documents provide any type of setbacks that need to be recognized from for the owners? Because generally, if you don't, then you're dealing with what we're dealing with now, where the county gets to establish setbacks for certain, based on the zoning of the property and the use. So yeah, I mean, like I was saying, Charlie's been doing it longer than me, but this is like probably the first time in going on
We've never had
9
this.
or 10 years that I've seen
Yeah.
one of these.
Well, one of the things that's interesting, when it was created, they included surveys of all of these parcels. And so you can see where the structures were for each lot in 2007 when they created this. And so I think that there's an implied intent for how all these are to lay out. And while it may not be officially a PUD, it's about as close to that as you can get because of all of the surveys that were included. Looking at all of those structures being 30 inches off of the property line at the time that this was created, I would think that we would need to continue that fabric for the community and
Yeah, I agree with that.
That makes sense.
in the absence of other information. What was that rear setback number?
We're requesting 10 foot.
10-foot setbacks of 5 foot of relief.
Yes, so 5 reduction.
Can I say something? That is just about standard. Mine is 9, actually, only because we thought we had more room on the other side until we got individual lots, because it was just surveyed one huge thing, and then we had it made into some, and then we found out, no.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak?
Thank you.
Come on up.
My name is Celeste Jackson. I live in that neighborhood. That neighborhood is a combination of old RV parks. The water systems, the sewer systems are one and connected. There are no mobile homes. You cannot have mobile homes in that area anymore. What's being brought in there now is the manufactured home. What belongs in there is exactly what's in there. RV park models. When she's referring to the HUD, this is people in Ocala that make RV park models. They're little houses. They are licensed and titled. What is suggested to bring in there, and the reason why it doesn't fit, and it can't fit, is because it is not a RV. It will not have a tag. It will not, it will not have a tag, and it will not have a title. It will be a home. This area, and it's a unique part of this whole area. You can't do it anymore. They're old RV parks. That's why the lots are like that. That's why the water is where it is. And it's like that through the whole park. Each one of those little parks is just a little bit different, but it's the same thing. In the park that I lived in, that park, I brought a home in there. It had a license, a regular tag, and it had a title. This will not happen here. If you do that, it is not what is code in that particular piece of property. There are no mobile homes. There cannot be a manufactured home in there because it is not going to be anything but a home.
Are you asserting
supposed to
that
be like
is,
that.
are you asserting that the code says that that type of home can't be in
Far
there, or
as
the
I know,
HOA, or?
As far as I know, that is the way Walton County has that property. We did pay taxes. We paid land taxes, but we paid a tag. That was our tag for that RV. If it was not an RV, that license and with a title, it was not code for that property.
Stephen, can you speak to that? Is there an issue with the permissibility of the type of structure he wants to bring in under the code? Is there like some issue there?
No, there's not a Walton County code that would prohibit development of any sort, really,
Okay.
other than a
Will
residential.
it permit a mobile home in there?
Well, wait, let her finish. You'll have the last word. Continue, please.
Mobile home. Can a
Right,
mobile home?
well,
go
it
in
would
there?
explain why all of the structures didn't really conform to any sort of setback requirement, because they were technically not
And what you're gonna run
structures that
into,
were connected to the ground.
what you're gonna run into in Walton County there are one, two, I forget, there's like 4 or 5, these little parks, just like that. Each one of them has a different personality. Some of them are incorporated. I owned one in an incorporated piece where we did not have taxes, property taxes. We were incorporated. Park that they referred to that I was in, I had an actual deed, a survey, and I paid taxes. But I didn't pay taxes on the RV park model, which is what is in there. And they do make them to HUD Dade County requirements. They do have HUD RV park models.
So
I
all of
bought
the
one and went
structures-
in another park.
All of the structures in the community are currently RV park models with wheels
Far as
underneath
I know-
and trailer tongues.
As far as I know, and when I lived there, they were all RVs. They all were tagged. They're bringing in there is not going to be tagged.
You have a,
Pardon me?
Do you live in the community this will be going
I
in?
owned in that community
don't
and
anymore?
brought a home in there.
You don't anymore, or you do?
No.
Okay.
I live in one of the other parks.
Okay.
And I bought in another park. Each one of those parks have their own different way they run things. The incorporated park I went in was one piece. It was taxed that way. We were set up the same way. Same water system, same sewer system.
All right, thank you for your testimony. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
Come on up.
While he's approaching, I want to make sure we're clear. I think, Mr. Story, I think you had asked about whether the HOA was created by that legal action that divided the property.
I think Charlie might have asked about that.
So what I can say in just a look on Sunbiz, it looks like the Magnolia RV Park Incorporated of Destin, that has a creation date back to 1995, according to Sunbiz. So this wasn't an HOA that was actually created by that legal action, but it was recognized as part of the legal action in the subdivision of the property.
okay.
Come on up.
I'm James Durin, and I live in the property that is just east of the Magnolia. We have, and the townhomes there. And what I received in the mail here was that they're trying to reduce it 5 feet toward us, you know, going to the east. If they do that, if they're allowed to do that, does that mean that now that this precedent's been set, where all of them, because the ones that border ours, out of the one side of 8, is we probably got 5 or 6 of them that are bordering our property. So does that mean that now they can all come to the
No, it
10
doesn't
foot?
establish precedent, but the testimony was given that all of the other structures that are there already encroach into that 15-foot standard rear setback for a building.
Whenever you say a building, you're talking about a little shed, or are you talking about the house?
Talking about the structures that are currently on the property are.
Might be the shed. I don't know about all the.
I'm looking at this satellite view, and you could probably look at the satellite view too
Yes.
on the property appraiser's website. The rear of all of those buildings that are adjacent to your townhome development, they already encroach into that 15-foot setback. Because none of them are technically buildings, they weren't subject to building setbacks
Yeah,
because they are park model RVs.
Yeah, they're vehicles.
Okay. Well, I just know this is what I received, and they were saying that right now it's 15 feet setback that they're trying to change to 10.
Well,
that's all.
Yeah,
But all the park
that's a
model,
great point.
yeah, all the park model homes are already into the 15-foot setback. They're already there.
Okay.
The existing structures are already violating.
He's calling them as existing structures, but I think you gotta understand the park model homes, is that the name? Park
Yeah.
model homes are already into the 15-foot. And some of them, the board members is into it 6 feet, not 5 feet, right? She's nodding up and down.
Right, but we're not trying to, we can't establish precedent by
Okay.
this action.
I just wanted to voice my concern on
But
that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll give you the last word.
Okay, so I just want clarification. Lots 1, 9, 11, and 16 are showing property use mobile home 0200 as it currently resides. Okay, I can pull it up on the property
Focus on
appraiser's
this right
website for
here.
you.
Focus on this.
But did someone say that that's a terminology issue?
I can't speak to that.
And so it just may be the way someone who wrote that document
Yeah.
termed these park model homes. But if they,
Possibly.
are they all in fact park model homes is the real question.
I can't speak to that. I don't know the other homes, how old they are, what they are. What I can say, though, also to correct the record, Mr. Parker is getting a home only. He's purchasing a home only. So in fact, as a HUD unit, it will have a tag and title and will be registered with the DMV.
We'll have a tag. or
It'll
just
have a tag he has to
title?
renew annually. If he decides to retire that, he can put the manufactured home and the property together where it will be deemed real property. But as it stands right now, he has a home only that will have a tag, a registration, and a title.
Like an RV.
Yeah.
I mean,
That you
but it's
can't
for
put on-
more permanent
Right.
use. Like, once it's on the pad, it's not meant to move. And from my understanding, a lot of the other homes that are already there are tied down just like a manufactured home.
Okay, so
So,
even,
yeah,
if,
from under-
if it's
Yes.
if it's a park model home, is it subject to setbacks?
That's kind of. I mean, if you're gonna tie it down, it kind of makes it permanent,
If you're tying it down. it would be.
Well,
It's a structure. So, I mean, we would, even our conditional use approval and temporary RV approvals require setback adherence.
don't allow temporary sheds and setbacks, we don't allow RVs.
Not
We don't
currently.
count parking in the setbacks.
Parking can go in the setbacks. Yeah.
Cars.
Yes, parking, not in the side setbacks, but yes, parking is allowed in the front and the rear, currently.
So if we consider it a park model RV, it technically would not be allowed to be parked in the side setback.
Technically.
Okay, so returning here. So your request is, right, if I understand it correctly, about 5 feet on the rear, in the south about 2.5.
30 inches if that's the same. Mhm.
Are you moving the 20-foot over, the additional 2 foot, so it'd be 22 and a half?
I'm not good at math. We want to stay in compliance with whatever the rest of the houses are. So she said it was 30 inches off the lot line. That's what we're going to request.
Okay, we'll fix that in any motion.
Is this structure significantly larger than the park model homes?
It's
Same
around
size?
the same. The square footage difference is in the 6-foot open porch on the front side, on the short side of it. So actually, most of the houses that are already in there are the houses and an extended porch, which takes up the majority. We're not even asking for that much of a footprint.
The big difference is it doesn't have wheels.
Yeah, correct. The hitch gets taken off.
Yeah.
The wheels and axles are all removed, and then it is tied down into the ground
Got it.
using anchors.
Okay.
And nobody in the neighborhood had any objections to this variance?
I had one phone call of a concerned owner who did not agree with this variance.
In this property?
I believe it was lot 16. Whoever Boggy Bayou, whoever that property owner is, that's the one who voiced concern to me. Every other phone call we got, which is approximately 7, they were in accordance, or they were in agreement with us.
The people in the audience that are attending are in support of it.
Most.
Right, and she brought up some very valid points, which I think we've satisfied that concern, with regard to it being a tagged.
And it's registered with the DMV.
Correct. Okay. Thank you very much. Motion to close public discussion.
Motion.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Motion to approve the variance for 30 inches off the lot line. Did I understand that correctly?
Yep, and the rear.
And the
Rear
rear,
to reduce by 5.
and the rear to reduce by 5.
Second, yeah.
The south side setback is the side setback being reduced from 7.5 to 2.5. Correct. And then the east setback is being reduced from 15 to 10.
That's the rear.
The rear.
And who was the second?
Nobody has
I
seconded.
Oh, it's, okay.
Right, Paul seconded. Discussion?
No comment.
I think there's very unique circumstances for this specific development.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Margaret?
I think it's neighborhood conforming.
I think it's pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
You have any comments?
There's a lot of, if you go down to South Florida, you'll see hundreds of these things everywhere, all down around Sarasota and
Right. I like the way that they're staggered so that you create a large side yard area, so you have the buffer, and everybody actually ends up with the proper amount of separation from each other.
Yeah, I think it's such a unique situation that conformity with the rest of the, neighborhood is the objective or the priority. And since this unit, the proposed one is the same size as the others, the only difference is it doesn't have wheels and a tongue. I don't think that's significant. Plus, it's titled with the DMV.
Judicial component.
And the judicial piece is part of the uniqueness that I talked about up front.
And I think for these communities to continue to evolve, that there's going to need to be an allowance for some of the newer manufactured product to be allowed to be used with the wind ratings, things that we're going to need to meet our hurricane codes. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, you got your variance. Congratulations.
if you're working on making it worse.
Worst? Why,
That's
'cause
what
I'm
Paul
taking
was
too
trying to
long?
take over. Hey,
I'm working on that.
you want to take Karen says she needs like a 5-minute, 10-minute break. Karen?
Yeah, I think we're about due for another break. So,
Beer in this one.
what, you need,
Got beer
yeah,
this
does
time.
anybody have any vodka? Oh, all right.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, all right.
What do you think?
So we got all our people here. Chris,
Let's get her done.
are you sure you don't want to continue this to the next meeting?
No, it should be really easy.
Okay.
Yeah. My name is Marina Postolachi. I am the applicant and the owner of the property. And I want to go straight to the point. So the parcel is adjacent to two right-of-ways. One is Peachtree Circle and the second one is East Hewitt Road. The Peachtree Circle, the portion of it adjacent to my property is undeveloped and is wooded. And as confirmed from the engineers, it is used for floodplain management and stormwater drainage. So accessing it as required by the Land Development Code, it will require disturbance, it will require grading, and potentially impact to the flood management area. So I try to avoid that and request a variance to access the property from the East Hewitt Road instead. And because of that, I want to increase the setback from the East Hewitt Road to 20 feet from 7.5. And that said, so I want to designate that property line to be the frontage, yes. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I see the picture. Even if you had your driveway coming in off of East Hewitt Road, you would not be required to make that your front setback unless you need to elongate the, because if that's your front, then
it actually increases the front setback to 20 feet and so the side setback as of now is going to be the rear, and it's going to increase the setback from the neighbor as well. So I think it's beneficial for everyone.
What are you thinking your setbacks are going to be on each dimension?
I had submitted the site plan, but it's going to be adjacent to the East Hewitt Road. Is it 20 feet? The rear 15 and 7.5, 7.5.
Okay, the 7.5 would be on Peachtree Circle?
Yes.
And then
I can keep that to 15. I mean,
and
or I mean not 15, 20 as it is right now.
you haven't
Like
drawn
20,
plans
20,
yet.
and 7.5, and 15.
You haven't drawn plans yet. You're wanting to change the way that the setbacks are typically applied. Is that my understanding? That?
Yes.
Change the front.
Yeah, I want to change the front to be the property line adjacent to East Hewitt Road and the one adjacent to Peachtree Circle to be the side setback.
Okay, just playing devil's advocate here, but since that's the long length, the 20 and the 15 would be applied to the longest length of the lot, so you're actually decreasing the total buildable area of your lot by doing that.
I know, and
And so you could design a house and use a 7.5 foot setback, but you don't have to build to the 7.5 foot setback, and you could create a landscape buffer of your own to protect you from the neighbor if you wanted.
yes, correct.
It was on the what was actually requesting in the front was just that they should be allowed to deviate from it being coming off the shortest road, the lesser.
Yeah, just a driveway thing on the request.
There's a driveway, not really setbacks.
A different issue altogether. I mean,
It just popped up now.
She just wants to come
No.
off Hewitt.
so it sounds like the county needs a variance for the curb cut to be located off of East Hewitt Road.
Yeah, essentially, I mean, the way that the code reads, it lends itself in particular to the second part, where engineering would have to sign off on it. It's really due to the classification of the roadway, and then just the short and long of the parcel. Previously, Bridgette and I were speaking. This may have been able to be handled outside of a variance process, given the right circumstance, but I mean, we're here, and it really does lend itself, it is a unique circumstance, being that the road is not
Undeveloped.
built, on that portion, so, yeah, it,
So we can't actually vote to change her setback since it wasn't noticed, is that correct?
no, if she's requesting an actual setback variance and not just allowing for the orientation to be changed, I think that would require a different meeting, yeah.
But,
He was increasing it.
well, you're decreasing the buildable area by shifting that 20-foot setback to the East Hewitt side.
Yeah, the other reason we are doing that is because we want to locate the building closer to the south side of the property. Because in that area, the elevation is higher than, it's higher there and it slopes towards the north. So we want to place the building on the highest elevation.
So if the 20-foot setback were on Peachtree Circle, which
It's gonna be 15 on that side, but now we're gonna have 7.5 on that side.
The question would be, was it properly noticed for that part or that component of what she's requesting?
I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure what, is the request now different from what is in the application here? The two requests?
well, it sounds like there may have been some miscommunication, but it's the curb cut location and a setback.
To make basically to make the East Hewitt side of the lot the front.
Front of the house.
Sure,
And
so
treat that.
she's got front off East Hewitt, the rear is 15 to the west, and then her two sides, the north and south, are 7.5, or is she asked for something different here?
Oh, that's correct, yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that internal setback would have been 15, then it would change to 7.5. So that 7.5 feet pushing up against the neighbor to the
Yes.
south side of you, you need that to be able to build the house.
I would prefer that because on that side is the highest elevation of the lot. And I want to, just for flood management and for drainage, I want to be on the highest elevation on the side.
So based on what you're saying now, you would like this side against Peachtree Circle to be reduced to
7.5.
Okay, but that's what would be appropriate in that instance, but I would have an issue. I don't take issue with this layout, but, I mean, granted, you all are the deciding board here, but just for line of sight on that right-of-way, if she's trying to move her structure all the way up into that 7.5, that would create a concern for me anyways.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you there.
But the way that it's laid out on this sheet here, I think is appropriate, and if that's what she can make work. But if she's talking about,
That's exactly what we want to build because we already applied for a permitting.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We already applied for a permitting through the planning department.
Okay,
So
so
that's
this is
exactly
your current.
what, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, then yeah, then I think I'm following.
I didn't
Yeah.
see your site plan in here. Was that in there?
It's exhibit,
Yeah, it looks like it's a handful of sheets from
That's a
back.
survey.
exhibit E.
Exhibit E.
Jeff, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Can
So-
I see yours? I found it.
So all the setbacks would apply. We just are saying you can put your driveway, the front of the house on East Hewitt. And everything else, when you get your building permit, is going to apply, the setbacks and all that. So we don't really need to take that into account, right? It's just where the
almost-
driveway is.
Right, it's almost like the request is asking to ignore the underlined sentence in request 1, and then kind of ignore the underlined section in 2. It's a weird request, it's unique in my mind, but I get it, I get what's going on here. But again, I really, you know, if this would have been brought to me 2 months ago, I may have been able to sort it out outside of the variance process, but that's not the way it worked out, so.
Looks like to me is that she's trying just to rotate from being off of
Right.
Peachtree.
Right.
And then, so that she can access East Hewitt, and put her driveway there, because,
The road's not really there.
the road's not really there, and it's an unrecorded subdivision. So I think when she went through the BPR process, they did see that it's supposed to be a road and said that's your shortest side, that's your front. And, but if you look at the lot in an aerial or on a survey from above, the front looks like it would have been East Hewitt, because it's not actually a road. It's just trees, so,
Plus engineering's all in favor because, you know,
Right.
getting that driveway, you know, out of the Peachtree Circle area, you know, helps with all of that confluence of
Right.
floodwater that
Right.
goes in there, or runoff that goes in there. So
There's-
the driveway ought to be off of
Yeah.
East Hewitt.
No, there's absolutely some physical reasoning behind the what they're proposing here and what's been approved by engineering in concept anyway, so.
Everybody?
Right. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer. Yeah.
Are you opposed to having a 20-foot driveway all the way out to the street?
As I have it designed right now is 10 feet. I can increase it to
So the
20.
allowable is 20.
Yeah, it's maximum 20.
I would ask for the maximum.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's really hard to back out driveway
That's
that way.
true.
Yeah, or make a circle.
Right. So the
210s.
So the 20-foot setback along East Hewitt is actually what we want, because either the new land development code would prescribe that.
if it was
If
being
you were-
platted,
yes,
it
if
would
you were
have
being platted,
double
you would-
frontage, would
Yes.
have both have, would have
That's
20.
right.
Because you
That's
want to
right.
have that 20.
But because it's an existing lot, it's subject to the regular, right?
So does anybody have any issue with this not being advertised as a setback reclassification?
I don't think that's an issue,
No, I
right?
think it does. It's on a corner lot, having the shortest dimension adjoining.
Well, I guess the point is that typically you would apply the 20 feet to the shortest dimension. If you're gonna reduce your buildable footprint by putting it on the only place you can have the curb cut, I don't think you need a variance for that, do you?
I think the variance here is just the language specifying that the front is off the shortest, you know, right-of-way distance, and that the front's also, the access is supposed to be off of that lower classification roadway.
Okay, so that by allowing her to move the curb cut, and that solves all of that. Okay, perfect.
As requested.
And this will accept county's report as Exhibit A? Or do
You want to present your
I think we
report?
would.
I mean, if we have it buttoned up, I don't need to, but if I could,
Let's don't do it.
Can
Well,
we
we need to accept it.
unanimously agree that it's written
And read it.
into the record? I mean, Hayward, is that a thing? Can we unanimously agree that to be read into the consider
we can
read
do
I
into
mean,
the
I will
record
read
as
it.
written?
If it's an issue, I can read
Yeah,
it.
you can just waive it and say
Yeah.
you'll accept it as
Yeah,
presented.
like unanimous
We've all read it.
request to waive the reading.
In the effort to conserve time this evening, we will enter your report into the.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Do you have anything else that you want to say?
That's all.
Anybody have any more questions? Is there anybody here that came to speak for or against it? Motion to close public discussion.
Motion closed. Plus,
Everybody.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
We have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Anybody want to discuss it?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You have your variance. Congratulations. Okay. Lee, you must be Mr. Lee.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Lee. I'm here with my wife, Janine. We live at 131 Cobalt Lane, and that's in the Miramar Beach Emerald Bay subdivision. Emerald Bay was started back in 1992, big subdivision. We bought our home there in 2004. The house was originally, we bought the house in 2020. The house was originally built in 2004. To get right to it, we're requesting a variance on the rear setback of the property from 15 feet to 5 feet. The purpose for the request is that we're planning to have a 2-story screened enclosure built over the patio that we have there at the house now. The dimensions of that would be 28 feet in length and 15 feet deep. In September, we had an updated survey done on the property, and the distance from the rear of the house to the property pin is 23.2 feet. We'd like to extend the depth of the patio by additional 5 feet to accommodate that screened enclosure. The hardship that we see in this case is the dimensions from the lot distance from the rear of the home to the property line. If we apply the strict application and code without the variance, we would only have a usable space of 8 feet on that patio for the screened enclosure. Furthermore, I will say, we had a survey that we got, which was the original survey of the property from 2004, and it didn't have a dimension from the back of the house to the pin. There was no dimension of that. We had made the assumption that that distance was all the way, if you look at your file there, you'll see a canal behind our house. And we had one survey person tell us that the pin was right at that wall where the canal is. And then when we had the survey done in September, it wasn't. It was about 2 feet closer in. So there was some discrepancy, but regardless, all we're really trying to do is extend a patio that's already there. It's about 9.5 feet in depth right now. We want to go out another 5 feet so that we could have this 2-story screened enclosure over the patio.
Yeah, it sounds like you can extend the patio without too much trouble.
Yes.
Get into
the problem. This is where we ran into the issue. Is the contractor we're using for the screened enclosure said, what you probably want to do is go get a variance.
Yeah.
I am very new to this. I've been working on this since last August, and I've learned probably more than I ever want to know about this, but he was, steering me in the right direction.
I'm glad he didn't build it for you, and then you get
I
caught
said, what
after the
happens if
fact.
I do it? And he goes, well, you could get fined, you could have it taken down, or both. Well, that's why I'm here tonight, is really to buy about 5 feet so that we can extend that patio, number one, as you said, Jeff, and then have that screened enclosure built.
So is this something that's already been submitted to the HOA for approval?
Yes, I have
You
the
have an approval letter?
I have approval from the HOA.
They're fully in support of a variance to your rear setback?
They are. As a matter of fact, I noted in the package that you guys have here that this may be setting a precedent for Emerald Bay by allowing this.
Yeah, I saw that.
Not true. If you look at our covenants, it specifies in there 5-foot setbacks for screened enclosures over pools. I don't know why there's a difference, but the very next section says ours is 15 feet. Because there's different blocks in Emerald Bay, so there's going to be different setbacks based on the lots, okay? But for our particular one, they're 15 feet. If you look at the aerial view in your package there.
This is one of those cases where the HOA had a different setback, and then when the county stopped honoring the setbacks in the HOA documents and reverted to the county standard setbacks, this is no longer allowed by county standards, but was originally part of.
I don't know. I can't answer that.
These lots.
But I think this was originally a planned unit development. I don't know what that all means, but the way it was platted, there were some lots that they could have 5-foot setbacks.
Do you know when the first homes were built in this neighborhood? Here?
Probably 1992. We have a lady that lives 2 doors down from us. I think her house was built in 1996. Yeah. And I don't want to
The last page.
I don't want to rat out my neighbor, but if you look at that, she is literally on the canal. She's got a 2-story house with an enclosure, which is exactly what we're planning to do. And I know the attorney here said we can't talk about precedents and what other people have done, but I'm just stating that is happening. As a matter of fact, both of my neighbors have approved the request. One of the neighbors who's actually building his home right now, I signed off for a variance for him, not knowing all of this, but for a 5-foot setback for his. So I don't know how that came about. Maybe it came through the building department. I don't know how new construction works in these situations. But again, I'm not trying to say we should do this because everybody else does, because I understand the whole issue around the precedents. But we do have support from the HOA president, who has been with Emerald Bay since 1992. This same gentleman approved the very same setback for the original owners in 2004, and I have a letter stating that. So
I am reading Exhibit K, which states that screened structures, including pool enclosures, porches, patios, and related structures attached to the main structure shall have a rear yard setback of 15 feet. And so that is what's in
are
your-
you looking at section 4 or section 5 of that document?
Section 4.
Section 4 says 5 feet.
Doesn't talk about screened structures.
Pools, including paved pool decks, privacy fences, gazebos, and other similar attached shelters, blah, blah, blah. Detached.
Right.
Well,
So they're
don't
saying
pools have to have like a screen enclosure over them or some security around them?
No.
Okay, well, there are none in my neighborhood that don't have a screen enclosure. So,
yeah, I mean, ironically, you could probably build the pool 5 feet away from the property line, but you can't build the screen enclosure over it, per your own HOA documents, and per the current county standards.
yeah, but again, HOA granted the variance, or the request that I made. I know that, this is Walton County. So
Okay, you have letters from them. Can you submit
Yeah, I
those
thought-
so that we have those in
Are
the
those
record?
in the
I thought that they were in the package.
I don't know. Are they in the packet? I
Didn't seem like it.
Yeah, I don't believe that. If you did submit them, they didn't get made.
You want just the letter from the HOA?
Whatever
I
you
have
wanna
letters from my neighbors.
Whatever you want to submit.
I'll submit everything.
Put it all.
It's Emerald Bay Drive cuts right through it. You're right. Who should I give these to?
Give them to Karen. We'll
Put the
mark
house
that
in
as a
there and
composite applicant's Exhibit A.
No, I've got copies.
Steven, do y'all need to see these before we hand them out? Do you want to look at that real quick, or the letters and letter from the HOA president, as well as, I guess, support letters from neighbors? All right.
Yeah, just one minor point on the reason. One of the reasons why we have a 2-story house. We have an open deck upstairs. We have below that an open porch. So we want to have the screen enclosure over the entire back.
Right. I'm rereading this note from Andrea Ward, and she talks about setting the precedence for all the properties to apply for a 5-foot rear setback. But the reason is that it changes the buildable area within the DRI. And I'm sure that that's based on the stormwater master plan, and you would have an allowable lot coverage per lot in the original DRI. So all the lakes and everything assumed that there was going to be 3,000 square feet of impact per lot through the whole subdivision for driveways and houses. And so then by encroaching into your setbacks, you're creating a much, much larger square footage of impact on your lot. And so Walton County now requires us to prove that our individual developments are going to meet the master stormwater plan. And they go back into the notes, and anything above and beyond the square footage that's been accounted for in the master stormwater plan, we have to provide additional stormwater retention for. So
Surprising. This is such a small lot. It's hard to believe that there should be no impact on that whatsoever. I can't see
Stormwater
why
master
there's this much more, area we're gonna be putting pavers in to put in a screened enclosure. And I thought that was already covered in the research that you guys did.
yeah, let me read this. 131 Cobalt Lane. 131 Cobalt Lane. ACC has approved a 5-foot variance from required 15-foot rear setback. No, well, no, I think he was going to extend that patio an additional 5 feet. Now, the survey shows that there's a 23-foot setback from the house
Right.
to the property line, but the depth of the existing deck is not dimensioned.
It should be, it may not be mentioned, but I had to send a message or call the surveyor, and he said it was 9.5 feet. When I measured, it was 10 feet, and so did my contractor. But according to the survey, he said it was 9.5, but he does not note it on the survey.
23.3.
8.2 would be, and when you put a footer in there, we'd have less than 8 feet of usable space.
The current deck you said was 9.5.
That's what, yeah.
13.8 minus another 5 gives you 8.8. This was approved July 22nd of 2025.
Yeah, that's when I started the process with the HOA.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Lee? Have a seat. We're going to talk
Okay.
to the county and give you
All
a
right.
chance to come back. Miss Bridgette?
This is item number 13, Lee Variance, request to approve by final order, project number VAR 26-000003, being reviewed by myself. This is a variance application submitted by Ronald Lee requesting a variance for a 10-foot rear setback on 0.13 acres with a future land use of mixed use and a zoning category of coastal center. The property is located in District 4 at 131 Cobalt Lane, and it is identified as the parcel number in the staff report. I would like to enter this staff report into the record, please.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. I don't know how much it matters, but the reason why I included the covenants and restrictions is because on the plat, it says that's the setbacks for the area, because I know we don't normally take them into consideration, but they're not drawn on the plat, but it says on the plat that that's where the setbacks are coming from.
Right, and it also said that the screen enclosure had a 15-foot setback, okay.
And Mr. Lee, and I cannot remember, but I did ask for a better copy of the HOA letter, and he may have gotten that to me. I cannot remember, but I do remember having a conversation, and he did say that he would send it to me, so.
Well, we have it, and so it's part of the record now.
Yeah, it's right there.
Any
All right,
questions for me?
anybody have any questions for Ms. Bridgette? All right,
Oh, yeah, oh, and then, also, I wanted to put the environmental review as, on the record as well. It was another one where I did not get it in before the staff reports were due, so, but he got it all together, so.
okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here in the audience for or against? All right, Mr. Lee, do you want the last word? Please.
I know this is but my husband and
Were
I,
were you sworn in?
Okay, good. And just if you would state your name for the record.
oh, I'm sorry. It's Janine Lee, and we've lived there for about 5 years. Went through gutter hitting our house after we were there for 2 weeks, and we thought, okay, great. We moved to Florida, and a hurricane came through. The reason we want the screened-in enclosure is, number one, we sit out there all the time down below because it's got a cover on it, and then the upper deck. So you can go to the upper deck and you can look out on the golf course and you can see the golfers playing. I can see ducks floating along in the canal. It's just an area where we spend a lot of time. And at 5 o'clock, which we missed our happy hour today, we sit outside literally every evening and spend time with no phones, nothing, and just visit with one another. And that's why it's so important for us to have the extra feet out. And I'm a landscaper, so my whole yard is landscaped to go along with that flow. And I'm very proud of it. And our neighbors along the way, Jeanette, she's 2 doors down, our neighbors next to us, the neighbors on the other side, they're totally for it. In fact, we had a neighbor that volunteered and said he'd come tonight and sit in the audience and cheer us on. We're not asking for the moon. I know it sounds like it because there's a lot of laws and rules that we all have to abide by, but I'm just here to promote my emotional side, which is please. That's all I gotta say. Thank you very much for listening.
Them mosquitoes bother you?
And the golf ball.
Yeah, golf balls. Okay. Motion to close public discussion.
Motion to close public discussion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, discussion? None? Discussion? No
No,
discussion?
we can rehash the points, but I think the points that were made by the applicant are valid.
Okay, I get to be the bad guy tonight then. I know this is gonna sound offensive, but the expression is people in hell want ice water. And it looks to me that you could build this 2-story screen enclosure that would complement those porches off the back of the house within that 15-foot setback, and it would still be an exceptional space to enjoy. And coming out from the house, the 8 or 9 feet, and then connecting that to the 2 porches that are already stacked there, I think would be incredible and achieve the bug protection, give you the additional space, give you the golf ball protection. And so I don't feel that the hardship or the minimum amount of space necessary has been met. And so I think that we are here to kind of help people that are in a tight spot. This is one of those times where we want something, and I do think it starts to set a precedent, and I really don't want everybody in the county to start coming in here wanting to build stuff that they, you know, the rainbows and unicorns of I want, and we can't be rubber stamping everything that people want because, you know, it doesn't meet the county or the HOA setbacks. So that's my position on this issue. Well, you already got it.
Can I get one more comment? You know, so the statement was made that there are pool enclosures as opposed to patio enclosure, and there's numerous all throughout this Emerald Bay development, and they all, and many of them, the testimony was given that they go into the 15-foot setback. So in my mind, the precedent's already set for this neighborhood.
Charlie?
I think nobody's against them here tonight. It's a big community with nobody complaining. It's up against a golf course instead of a real neighbor. And there's flying golf balls. I just don't care. I think it's fine.
Cool. Margaret?
I'm with Jeff. I don't see the hardship here at all. And, you know, we're saying a precedent's been set. We don't know that because we haven't seen the other, you know, that's kind of what we've heard. But at the same time, the old adage, two wrongs don't make a right. So I think we should deny it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Got your variance. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm the bad guy.
We have big mosquitoes. Thank you very much.
Y'all have a
I'll
good night.
take pictures when it's all said and done, and we'll show you, and I'll show you my landscape
I'm sure it'll be
yard.
fabulous.
Thank
All right,
Got one more?
next victim.
Good evening. My name's Russell Black. I'm a general contractor, and I'm the one that's building this project. Just to give you a little context in this, and I know everyone's tired, and I appreciate your endurance tonight. I'm the third contractor of record on this project. The first contractor went bankrupt, and the next contractor gave an exorbitant price, and we found out about the need here, and me and my partner decided we were going to see if we could help them out. This is a project that's been incredibly challenging. I built bigger houses and had no problems. I should have known from the beginning, this was a tiny lot. It's a 0.04 acre. I don't even know how they platted that small of a lot to begin with. It's at the end of a street that there's virtually nowhere to stage materials. There's nowhere to park my workers. And so when I saw the original survey and the site plan, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I don't think it was a very complete site survey originally. It was done by land engineering services. And I've used them before. And since they were the original surveyors, I called them and I said, I need you guys to precisely set this on the property. And Janie said, we're going to have to charge you $500, even though it's a small lot, because we have to be very, very precise. And so I said, okay. So when they pinned the four corners of the building, I went out and measured it. Still having no references to any adjoining structures. I wasn't able to test that, but I did measure the envelope, the footprint of the house, and it was right. And I actually took the site plan and measured off of other structures so that I can make sure no matter what, we would stick to it. Within a week, we dug the footings and began to set the stem walls exactly where they had pinned it. And I called them as soon as we got the stem wall blocks up. I called Janie and said, please send out a survey team so they can do the foundation survey. And she said, okay, we'll be out there today or tomorrow, And I was out there working with full confidence that, hey, they said they were going to do it precisely. For that reason, they were charging me more than they should. And that was my mistake. And so I continued to prepare the slab, build. And a week later, I said, did y'all come out? And she said, we're coming out today. So another week. And then once that happened, I've learned the great mistake. I went vertical. And I started building vertical based on what they had told me, that they were going to be very precise on it. And then I said, where's my survey? And it's probably about a month passed by. And let me just give you a little context. Since this is such a small lot in a dead-end road, in a mostly vacation community, there's some full-time residents, but most of the places seem to be empty in the off-season. My heart was, I want to come in here and build this as quickly as possible so that we're out of here before the tourist season starts again, because I already knew it's going to be really hard to stage materials, it's going to be hard to park and that sort of thing. So when they finally sent me the foundation survey, I was much more concerned with the side setbacks. And when I saw that those were right, my mistake, I didn't see the back setback. And the surveyor didn't alert me to it either. I feel like they should have alerted me to it as soon as they got out there and surveyed, because they're the ones that are supposed to lay it out right. It's my fault that I went vertical early, and I'm paying a big price for that. This has been an incredible trial for me. I haven't slept much in a couple months. And by the time I really realized where we were, I was ready for the framing inspection, and realized we were in violation. So I've talked to, the surveyor was here tonight, Seth was, and he was going to speak on our behalf and also take ownership of it. After a couple comments about his company earlier, he said, I think I'm not going to help you at all. And I need to leave. So I tried to get him on stage to do that. But I can say this about this project: based on the setbacks that were determined for that lot, that's exactly the size of the house that we built. The problem is we just, based on their location, it's 6.7 feet in the rear. The distance between the side of the house behind us and our back is 19 foot 10 inches. So it's still a pretty decent amount there. We've talked to all the neighbors that are joining us, and all of them gave us, 2 of them in written form and others in just email texts. They said they don't have a problem with it. As soon as we realized how we were going to do that we were definitely going to get this hearing, we notified the president of the HOA. My partner met with him out there, explained to him what the situation was, and I wasn't there, so I can't tell exactly what, but it was conveyed to me that he said, well, go through all the county processes and just keep us informed. He's here with us tonight, so he might say something different, but that's the way I heard it. That's the way I understood it. But, unfortunately, I'm ready for framing inspection, which means I got a 3-story tall house on a small little lot at the end of a street. Even just tonight, he said, our guys were parked at the end of the street. I don't even know where you'd park, because at the end of the street, there's no houses past it. We're past the driveways. That's how challenging it is to build there. I'm fairly new building. I've been building in this county for 4 years. I've had my general contractor's license for about 22 years. I've built in Miami-Dade County a little bit. My primary job is I'm a minister and a missionary to Latin America. When I moved up here with very little retirement saved up, I said, through some of my contacts, I'd like to build a house a year or something like that. So I'm learning. I made a big mistake here. I feel like the neighbors, they're directly connected, have no problem with it. It sounds like the HOA might have some objections. I feel like as well, if I was to have to take the house down at this point, it would be very disruptive for the neighborhood and probably do a lot of damage to the lot and trees around there. So I'm just asking if there's any way we can get this variance passed, then I can finish building this house. It's an excellent build, and be out of there, out of the hair of the HOA, out of the neighbors' problems. From day one, I tried to reach out to all the neighbors and just build a good relationship. It's hard to build in HOAs sometimes. So, and these are some of the last lots that are still vacant in this community that I think was started about 30 years ago. So that's where we stand. I do want to correct a few things in my application. When I helped fill out this application, I stated that there's a possibility that the owner would use this as a primary residence. He's been distraught about this whole thing. He's got all of his life savings in this, and there's been a lot of pressure on me for that. Sometimes he's been all over the map on what he would do with the house, and I did put on there that it could be his primary residence because, he's talking about completely going bankrupt and he's written a house. So I put that on there. That might not be completely accurate, and I apologize for that. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. I've learned a very painful, valuable lesson in this, and this will definitely be the last time I ever go vertical before I get my foundation survey. So.
All right, anybody have any questions? How about you take a seat, we'll give you a chance to come back up.
Okay.
Does anybody from the county, Bridgette, are you on this one?
Good evening. This is the last stretch. Hidalgo Enterprises LLC Variance, item number 14. This is a request to approve by final order project number VAR 26000008. This is a variance application submitted by Precision Permits LLC on behalf of Hidalgo Enterprises LLC, requesting a variance to reduce the required single-family rear setback from 15 feet to 8.3 feet on 0.042 plus or minus acres with the future land use of mixed use in a zoning category of small neighborhood. The property is in District 5 at 41 Ann Avenue and is identified by the parcel number in your staff report. May I enter the staff report into the record, please? Okay. I would also like to enter into the record a block variance that this board approved in 2023 and the recorded plat for the Village of Blue Mountain subdivision, Blue Mountain Beach subdivision.
And what was that block variance?
Are you referring to the number, the project number, or for what it was for?
In 2023.
Okay, so do you want me to provide the packet first so that way you can follow along with what was approved, or would you rather me just give you a quick summary?
Quick summary, that'd be great.
So it was a block variance from the Village of Blue Mountain Beach Master Owners Association, who requested a variance from Chapter 5 to allow for cantilevers to encroach into the side setback no greater than 24 inches, which exceeds the 18-inch permitted in the LDC residential setbacks for 10 lots in the Village of Blue Mountain subdivision. And towards the top of the document, it does indicate the lots and blocks associated with this approved variance, which one of those parcel numbers is?
This one?
Yes,
Yeah,
this application.
they're really small.
Yeah.
And there was a note here, it says during staff review, additional setback encroachments were found, which may require additional variance requests. Do you know what they're referring to? Because I don't see it on the survey.
Right, so
I think it says it on the,
Duh.
oh, sure.
So, the packet that she handed out, we'll mark that as, County's Exhibit 2. So the main packet that was in your binder will be Exhibit 1, and what you're being handed now is Exhibit 2.
So in terms of what was advertised, this was specifically requesting a variance to reduce the rear setback. But to do staff's due diligence in terms of what was observed during our review, we did find that there were additional setback encroachments that were found, including encroaching on the landscape buffer, and that may require additional variance applications or requests, but I just wanted to make that note in the staff report based on what I observed. I received the packet for the block variance from the applicant after the staff report was already published and shared with the public and uploaded for the board. So that was new information that I think was helpful in terms of addressing the side setback on the property. So the board may want to look into that further, but please keep in mind that this application is focusing on the request that was advertised. So.
Is the platform for the outdoor shower not allowed to be in the side setback if it's within 18 inches of the ground?
I believe it's
2 feet?
Okay.
Is it more
above
than-
grade.
Is
It says the overhang.
I'm reading that the overhang for the outdoor shower. What is the overhang for the outdoor shower?
I believe that is not the roof, but if you look at the cantilever, right, the cantilever with the painted wood brackets, according to their approved BPR, and that's on Exhibit E, you can see on the west side of that front elevation, the overhang or the cantilever. And according to their plans, it's kind of difficult to see on these paper documents, but there is a digital file of the staff report, so you can zoom in a little bit better if you have access to that via your laptops or computers. You'll be able to see the distance of that encroachment into the side setback. And I think it's about, from the plans, it's about 1.6 inches. 18 inches? Oh, okay.
So may I ask a question?
Yeah.
All these things that are encroaching into the south side setback and the landscape buffer and the west rear setback, aren't those all things that just can be eliminated? They don't necessarily have to, you can just take them out, right?
You mean in terms of removing the architectural features?
Correct.
You want to
So
interject?
that they're
Stephen?
not.
I don't know, and it's kind of hard for me to see, but I don't believe that the components, at least based on this, elevation, I don't know that the shower component and anything else on that side is necessarily out of compliance, but the HVAC and the trash little area in the landscape buffer is certainly not in keeping with the code. However, it was clearly approved in error.
But we should probably fix it.
If that's the wish of the board, that would be my suggestion is to allow it. However, due to the lack of notice involving the side setback or encroachment into the landscape buffer, I think to do it properly, it would have to be continued, and the application would have to be adjusted, or the notice would have to be adjusted to include that.
Yeah, I'm thinking that at a minimum, that should be put back in its entirety if we're gonna move forward with the variance on the placement of the building. So let's maybe not make that an issue, but Ayanna, the
Okay.
variance that was granted in 2023 allowed this subdivision in particular to extend into those setbacks with the habitable space. And so
Correct.
that satisfies the comment you had about the overhang above the outdoor shower.
Okay, regarding the north, so that would be the south side setback.
So those encroachments were previously approved by us, and then the house, with the exception of the trash enclosure and the HVAC equipment, I think the rest of that stuff was approvable by the planning department, and they just pushed the house 6.8 feet back by mistake. And they're not wanting to increase that footprint. They're just wanting to be able to leave the structure where it is.
Can I say as well that the
Mike?
As it turns out, based on the structure, we couldn't put the HVAC to the side, so it's actually coming out the back.
In the pictures.
Yeah, and I wasn't involved in the original approval process of this whole project. I think that trash thing, somehow it got approved in the process, but I can easily eliminate that. Most likely the trash cans will either sit in the very back or they'll sit in the front on the driveway, so they can be just like all the rest of the trash cans around there.
Yeah, good. Does anybody have any more questions for Ayanna? Good, thank you. Anybody here want to speak for or against? Come on up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David DeSantis, and I am speaking on behalf of the Village of Blue Mountain Beach Homeowners Association Board of Directors. I am the president of the board. And this is regarding the variance request for property located at 41 Ann Avenue. What may initially appear to be construction mistakes begins to look intentional when the property owner stands to gain financially from the outcome, and when multiple opportunities existed for the issue to have been recognized and corrected earlier in the process. The issue at hand was self-created and does not constitute a hardship under zoning law. A variance is not typically granted because the builder made a mistake. The lot was cheaper and/or profitability is improved. The HOA's main concerns are Walton County setback requirements are clearly documented and well understood by builders and property owners within our community. Numerous homes have been constructed in compliance, or when necessary, variances were appropriately requested and approved prior to construction, like the ones that we did for these smaller houses. That 2-inch or that 2 feet cantilever variance was so that homeowners in these very small lots, and there's a bunch of them, you can see them on the plot map, could build a bigger house. And that got approved, and we have had numerous houses built since that was done, and they're all within compliance, every one of them. The problem comes in with us is, and I heard this very clearly from everybody tonight, which was nice to hear, that, you know, this does not set a precedence. But he had mentioned there's only a few homes left to be built in our neighborhood, and that's not true. There's over 16 lots still open, some of those large, medium, and small. We also have 3 lots that are for condominiums. To me, this causes a problem because now all these other smaller unit houses who will not have the same space, it's the same size lot, but all the other houses, unfortunately, when you drive in, they don't have a big driveway. So all the small houses have very small driveways. Well, this one will have a 20-foot, 2-car, 20-foot driveway. That, by doing that, it set them back so far that the house is from he to Jeff from the other house. It's very close. But anyway, I'll go back to what we were stating is approving a variance after construction is substantially underway creates a precedent that encourages future applicants to seek forgiveness rather than permission, undermining both the planning process and consistent code enforcement. The residence is now significantly advanced in construction, estimated at least 50% complete, and construction activity has continued well beyond the point at which the setback discrepancy should have been recognized. Workers were present on site as recently as February 25th, 2026. The explanation provided by the owner is vague and presents an inconsistent timeline. Available information suggests construction activities, including framing, proceeded after the slab was poured without proper resolution of permitting or setback compliance concerns. There were multiple checkpoints where the issue reasonably should have been identified and corrected, including during the planning and permitting, as well as during required survey reviews. Given these safeguards, it's difficult to conclude that this situation resulted solely from oversight. The variance application submitted by the owner states that he plans to live full-time in the home, yet we were informed it was an investment property from the owner. So, you know, when you submit an application, you're saying you're going to live there full-time, well, then you're kind of like, okay, but it's going to be turned into another rental. And he is correct that our neighborhood, we have 54 homes and 62 condo units. And 37 of those units are renters of the homes. I don't know with the condos because I can't get involved in that. But it does affect, you know, so many different people when all the smaller houses, and although the footprint is the same exact size, you look at it, 2 houses that are exactly the same size, and one's got 20 foot of driveway and the other one's got 5 feet and have to park sideways. Which house would you buy? So for us, that's an advantage that they have over all the other homeowners that built it according to code. So our closing statement on this, the HOA respectfully requests the Commission uphold the integrity of Walton County's planning and zoning process, but by denying this variance request. Consistent enforcement protects not only our neighborhood, but also fairness owed to every property owner and builder who has complied with the established rules for the beginning. I thank you very much for your time and consideration.
David, I'm failing to understand why you would consider the 6 foot longer driveway to be an advantage for the property value. I mean,
I think it has to do more with, look, I'm not an expert at this. As y'all know, I'm a volunteer. I've been doing this for 3 years, and I've watched our neighborhood, and I can tell you that what I see is when things are built not according to specs, then new buyers will come up, and they will come to you and sit there and say, well, and on top of everything else, if you look at the way the houses are lined up, all the houses are like this in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Then you got this.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, so I mean, I guess my whole point is there was plenty of times to correct this. Prior to this, it was stated it was rushed. However, I will state this. We understand that it's going to put a lot of pressure on them. I am just speaking on behalf of the board, okay? I had a couple homeowners come up to me that are affected by this and gave me a statement. Not in writing. One of them did. This is an unjust, I know it's a big burden on them. And at the end of the day, if the board approves this, then I would ask for stipulations.
I have two questions for you from y'all's perspective as the board. So not you personally, but construction is an area I do a lot of work in. So I guess I have two questions. One, say we deny it. What degree of negative effects do you think it's going to have on the neighborhood to have that house demolished, and what negative effects on the property and the attributes around it?
Well, and it wouldn't be demolished right away. He would certainly appeal that decision.
Well, yeah. My second,
so
well, I'm just
you're
two
going through-
hypotheticals is where I was going. My next one was going to be, what if it's true and they file bankruptcy and then it's stuck standing there for, in its current form for however long it goes back and forth in bankruptcy. Those are the opposite considerations that I'm thinking about. Not for you personally.
Right now, yeah,
I'm
right.
just
I
thinking
mean,
about it on the neighborhood's perspective.
Right, from an aesthetic perspective, right now, the house looks good. Okay, it's not done, but it looks good. If it had to sit there for 6 months, of course, nobody's gonna really want that. Then you're talking about, no grass, but it's at the end of the lot, on the end of a street that not a lot of people see. Okay, so it's not like it's, the main objective for me was to let y'all know that the board does not approve this. We don't want this to become a precedent because so many other people have built their houses the right way. And we don't want in the future for this to come up again and us have to sit in front of y'all and say,
You don't have the authority to make him turn it down. I mean, y'all don't have authority over his what he builds there.
yes. What do you mean, do we have authority over what he builds?
Like as a
Yes.
architectural review.
We have we have an
Well, they
entire
approved the
art
original
board.
plans.
Everything
Yeah.
has to be approved. When they did the original plotting, it was not where it's at now.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
6 extra feet doesn't give enough space for another car to park in the driveway, so that, they still can only get 2 cars for a 3-bedroom house. And so-
2-bedroom house, isn't it?
3, there's 1 down, 2 up. So 3 bedrooms, 2
Then they have to have 3 parking spots. No?
parking spaces for a
Oh.
3-bedroom house is typical, but I don't know if
Okay.
it changed to a square footage requirement, but.
I know in our HOA rules,
It's a square
for a
foot.
3-bedroom, it requires at least 3 parking spots, and that's in our HOA documents. And that was dated 2017, I think.
And the STR rules are out.
Sir, you'll have to come up
Yeah.
and just wait.
And just for reference, I've been the president now for 2 years, on the board for 6 years. And prior to me, Mike was the president for probably 10 years.
So my name's Michael Galvin, and I'm the past president of the Master Association. And I think all his comments are certainly germane to this issue. We can always look back in time at the Village of Blue Mountain Beach when we all got involved 15 years ago, and we know what the county was going through. We took a derelict property that the builder had done whatever he did, and we worked tirelessly. We've rewritten our HOA dues. We have paid extra money. We have put together a community that adheres exactly to what we have outlined in our Architecture Review Committee, what the county requests, and we have worked closely with Matt Carpenter historically when people were coming in saying, well, I need a shower. I want to put it 3 feet off the ground. We said, no, you're not doing that. You can put it in setback. You can do it exactly according to the building plans. We do not do variances. We've had people sue us, and we've had people run out of a room yelling and sold their lots and left us. We've had builders curse me out and curse out everybody else because we do storm water. We check the water, and we actually check much better than the county because I'm from New Orleans, so I know water. And so we have houses that are built correctly, that have drains that run the way they should. So I put that to you only to say that we are committed to the Village of Blue Mountain Beach and doing it the correct way. We're concerned that in this particular case, this is a, forgive me, mea culpa, and that is kind of the mantra of so many builders in Walton County. They build and build and build, do whatever they want to do, and I know all of y'all have seen that, so it is a concern. Tonight, you're presented with a extraordinarily difficult decision. It's one that we cannot support because it goes against what all our standards have been 15 years. We have adhered to a uniform standards. We have worked with every builder. We work closely with them to make sure everything is done correctly and everybody's happy. So you have a challenge, and I cannot support it, but we'll say you have a challenge.
Thank you very much.
There is one point with the trash cans. We even have stuff for
yeah,
that.
we got
You
that
can't
too.
just have a trash can sitting out there.
Yeah, like I said,
Any
trash on the
trash can
street.
has to be behind an enclosure. So even like at my house where I have a side that I can put it in, I had to build an area out so I could put my trash can behind it.
Yeah.
You cannot see a trash can from the street.
And we have no on-street parking.
And
You cannot park on the street.
Yo, one thing, is there anything he could do that, to try to help satisfy y'all to make you happy?
Fully replant the 10-foot landscape buffer, add an 8-foot privacy fence.
Can't
on
have
the
a.
back.
We don't do
can't
8-foot
have
fences.
anything higher than 4 feet.
Put a 4-foot privacy.
I thought about I thought, and we can't do privacy fence.
We don't do privacy fences. We don't do.
I mean, I guess if okay, here's what I will say, because we all want to go home.
Wait.
Formally, the board is against doing this.
Yeah.
However, if this board in front of me approves it, then I would request 6 feet Japanese
yews, which are
in the
beautiful
back,
plants that are
right, to separate, so at least there's some coverage there. They'd still have to put up their thing and then pay a $2,000 fine to the homeowners association.
You're saying to put the podocarpus hedge on the rear.
on the property line in the back, between
Yeah.
affected property in the back and him. It would make the house better, we think, 'cause we all plant them in, but it would put 6-foot ones in that our little landscape guy fixes, put your irrigation in. It would give
He has no backyard.
Yes, there's no backyard.
So they're basically giving up their backyard.
I would argue that the mistake actually may have hurt the property values than benefited, because they're not getting any additional parking out front, and now they have no backyard.
Well,
And
the
so
applicant seems amenable to the
It's
first
a
two.
huge penalty to them to build it in the wrong place at the risk of having to tear it down without any real discernible gain. So, I'm inclined to say that it was in fact a big mess up. And for the HOA to have to suffer through that house sitting there vacant through court proceedings and everything else, I don't see how that serves them in their best interest at all.
It seems like the applicant's amenable to the first two. I think on the fine part, Hayward might agree with me. I think we don't have the authority to do it
Yeah,
or
I don't see
enforce
how
it.
this
But the
board-
first two, I think we certainly do.
And what are the first two? Because I was thinking, you mentioned
We
the
we were talking
podocarpus.
about fully replanting the 10-foot landscape buffer.
But could we do it with natives as opposed to
That is exactly
podocarpus?
what would be required in the buffer. And then they have suggested the podocarpus hedge on the rear property line, and I think that's an excellent suggestion. And they've already moved the air conditioning equipment out of the landscape buffer, and they'll have to figure out how to deal with the trash cans, but
But you could do a hedge with something that's native as well.
You can go with like oleanders.
In the
They grow 10 feet tall.
I hate all that.
landscape buffer, it needs to conform to
something
the
nicer.
Walton County standards of native plant materials. What they're asking for is a hedge of podocarpus, which is what you see at Alice Beach down 30A. Very beautiful hedge material, not native, but that would extend from the landscape buffer down their rear property line. And I think it's an excellent suggestion.
We couldn't, say that they had to pay the fine?
Correct. That wouldn't be,
So-
wouldn't be our, yeah.
But that's something we could work out with
Yeah,
them.
the only
As-
thing this board can do is vary from the code and then put conditions related to the variance.
All right, let's try to wrap this up.
All right,
You guys
thank y'all,
good?
I really appreciate your time, thanks.
I do have one quick comment. I've worked through the planning department, and that was a nice lady. We had to work with, and we had to get all this together. We were sort of like, don't you know who we are? We run a community, and we were not really, but she was really good to work with.
It's good to hear.
All right, motion to close public discussion.
Hold on.
Sure, yeah, we'll give you the last word. Yeah.
At no time were we trying to pull something over on this property. This was a honest mistake. I want to continue to build in this community. I love living here, and I want to continue to do things that are beneficial to the community. I want to pour into this community. I'm sorry about what happened. I'm glad to work with them in any way they want to. In fact, we did contact them before. Until tonight, I had no idea that there was any opposition. So anything that I can do with them, I know that doesn't have anything to do with you guys, but whatever we can do. I mean, if at this point, if I could pay a $50,000 fine or something just to make this work out, I'm going to finish this project and I'm going to build a beautiful home. And yeah, so, once again, so sorry about this, but I think if we were having to tear the house down or go through, well, this is another thing too. The owner has a deadline on his construction loan, and that's a lot of pressure on him as well, and pressure on me because of that. So, you know, that's where we're at with this, and I would probably have to go out and get a loan just to start the house all over again. So. Thank you for your consideration in that.
All right, motion to close public discussion.
Motion to close. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, who wants to make a motion?
Vote, you make it.
All right. I am going to make a motion to approve the variance request with the stipulation that they fully restore the 10-foot landscape buffer with the county's native plant material specifications, and that an additional minimum 6-foot podocarpus hedge be planted from the landscape buffer south to the end of the property on the rear property line where the encroachment is happening.
Do we want to include any other stipulations that were stated?
Well, restoring the 10-foot landscape
Yes.
buffer includes moving the AC equipment
Yes,
and the trash
trash,
enclosure. And that,
The others were taken care of by the,
yeah, the overhang and everything is covered. So that's it.
I'll second that motion.
You mean if they ever tear the property down, do we really need to include that?
Well, the variance runs with the land, so if you give
I think that's an excellent
Yeah.
addition that
Yeah.
if the structure were to ever be demolished or burned and reconstructed, the variance would be expired.
I got verbiage for that.
Be expired is not legalese. You want to second
I'll
that?
second that.
Discussion?
I don't think it was intentional. I think that it was truly unfortunate, and I think that tearing it down would just create more hardship than it will fix anything. I think being further back doesn't help him. I think it's I don't see it as I think losing your backyard would be more derogatory than gaining some more in the front from a real estate perspective.
I agree. Margaret?
Agree.
Surveyor was here tonight, I seen him here, and he left, I guess, and I did hear 2 or 3 people with surveying company, and I didn't notice that's when he left, but, you know.
I think the resolution was good as well. I think that we have attempted to stop rubber stamping bad behavior that continues from the same people over and over. So I think we have made headway on that front. I think both of the parties understand both sides and both positions, but I think the outcome is the best possible in such a situation. So no one walks away completely happy, but that's how it goes.
Chris?
Yeah, I agree with all the other comments that the board's made, so nothing to add.
Right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. You got your variance. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. My son's getting married on Friday, so this is a huge.
No.
Thank you, sir.
We're gonna pick it. That's what we're gonna do. That's all you can do.
Okay.
Oh, motion to approve the minutes?
Yes.
Nope, never mind that.
All right, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Man, why does my first meeting as chairman have to be the worst, longest meeting ever? Welcome aboard.
Thank you, guys. You're gonna stack me up.
Yes. We will. Thank you so much.
Applicant and the whole guys are slapping each other on the back and shaking hands.